Hello, Internet. It is another week and another day to keep catching up with the main story. We did do the basically prologue of the event. I have cleared the stages of the event already, so we'll skip over those. It's gonna be a long fucking event to beat for Wounded. But yeah, there will be no gameplay. I need to double check, but I don't think this has the X stages yet, right? No. Maybe we can do the X stages tomorrow. But I feel like... do we? I think we do the X stages tomorrow on stream. I might maybe do some off stream, but at least the later ones to get on stream for sure. That sounds nice. But yes, we'll just read to Grand Overture. I have high hopes. It got described to me as peak. To be fair, Musty will describe all of Arknights as peak, but here we go. Venus isn't afraid to talk with her fist. She's always first into the fray. Londinim, abandoned factory. But what's the weather like? They stopped telling me what the weather is like. Yeah, if the system media is still on, that should be off. Fresh ingredients? There's probably a lot of bodies somewhere on the battlefield you can capture. Hi, Albina. Are you making some nice art for your sword? Section G12. All these linkage numbers have faded away since this place was abandoned. Is this it? I'm praying I don't run into these damned devils again. Yes. I mean, I've heard it's gonna be a masterpiece. I'm sure you can make your nurse father proud. I think you're lost, lady. She just lives there. Hey, new guy. Get her out of here. Well, yeah, ask her nicely how she found this place. Remember, keep your tail clean this time. Don't make the boss mad. You heard him, lady. Come with me. Let go of me. Is this any way to treat a lady? It depends on what period of time you live in, sadly. Mickey Robinson, hero of the exemplars. Rather, one of the heroes is my husband. He entrusted me to fetch some medicine. the medicine to dull the pain from those hideous black stones. He can hardly even walk. Yet another unlucky bugger. Shut it. Listen, I haven't heard of any Mickey. Come on, guys, don't be like that. Even if you cannot prove that her husband did, like, fight in the war, is it too much to give some medicine? All you find in this blasted place are some bum's expired fun trucks and the dead devil's bones. But, anyways, if you want herb heavy meds, go look for that newly built sanatorium. The new speaker lady promised it'd be stocked. Wait, we have no other choice. There's simply not enough medicine there. I know I can get it here. My husband, he... Listen, I have a few valuables stashed away somewhere safe. All from Cumberland Manor. The late Duke gave them to us. I could just get some medicine. Don't give a reason for the defense force patrolling out there to come sniffing around here. Just go already, lady. Man. And here I thought we were the good guys. Make her sign the list. Then let her come by tomorrow to pick up the meds. Yes, boss. But what if she doesn't have the money? Man. Are we an extortion racket? I mean, I at least assume that's kind of the business force, right, where she went to. We do it the old-fashioned way then. That's weird. I don't think the boss ever stuck her nose into this sort of thing. What should I... just give her the contract. Okay, please sign over your soul for 1 dose of aspirin. Thank you. Wait, these clauses. My husband never mentioned them. If I sign this, then we live well. At least before we come calling for our due. No, at some point you just have to organ some kidneys. Seems that hero husband of yours wasn't quite so honest with his better half, eh? Come on, hold your pen steady. You can't. We can sign it for you. That's not how contracts work, my man. Mercenary holds her riding hand tight. Trembling overtakes her. She can no longer maintain her veneer of calm. She shuts her eyes, quits her teeth. Lets the mercenary guide her hand. Go on, enjoy your life. Bloody war's over after all. Asking Milska for help will be the best decision you and your husband have ever made, lady. What's... Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. This morning, Londinium's interim health secretary I'm an adult. Kampfwissener General, Madame Major, was found dead in her office in New Auchtering district. In today's parliamentary session, Madam Speaker Exetvina expressed her support of Madam Major's work in caring for an infected, lamented her untimely passing. And that's why she should be queen or something. The final point in Madame Major's itinerary before she passed was a trip to the Dukedom of Normandy to discuss the purchase of medicine, so as to relieve the shortages within Londinium's walls. But, according to some reliable sources, Madame Major died of an acute herpathy attack. Not only did she conceal her infection, she was also often seen arguing furiously with the speaker in recent times. And this sensitive period, where the number of reported infected within the city is growing exponentially, it is clearly worth looking into the death of Madame Major, who had lost her hereditary peerage. Even now, 2 months after the Sarkar's withdrawals, why are there sinister plots coming back to the fore? Because nobody fucking took any care of the civilians. As for the exemplars, the terms of the resettlement program still not finalized. All eyes on the newly appointed speaker has won the backing of a majority of the dukes. You know, she's a war hero, saved the country, is legitimate tired to this nation. Man, I do for sure wonder why she has some approval. We have managed to connect with the speaker's close confidant, Miss Kate Morgan, digging deeper into... The podcast in the speaker's office suddenly falls silent. This louder real quack of shit, I tell you! They're loafing about the sanitarium cafeteria, waiting for me to sit down for lunch before they try to wheedle some info out of me. Let's go, she has new outfits. Then you beat the hell out of them. I thought that way they wouldn't dare run their mouths on the news again. Sorry, I didn't think about how it would affect the way everyone sees you. No, I would have kicked him out too. Literally. But doesn't matter what you say to those new sounds when they're in the business of making up fluff. Yippee! Journalists are always the same. Already decided what to put in the latest story a long time ago. Since there's no way of shutting them up, might as well get straight to the point. Rena strikes her two fists together, putting herself to the paces engraved in her instincts with ease. Just like she always did back in the gym. That's the Rena I know. I knew it. And I even said... What? These clothes really do get in the way. Man, she just misses the tank top. Maybe I should find someone to make some alterations. I happen to know a pretty good tailor. He made clothes for the royal family when he was younger. Luckily, he made it to everything alive. Shame nobody dares hire him nowadays. Infected as well. Yes. Yeah. Any progress on that thing you mentioned in your message? The situation is complicated. We've captured the Sarkas who have been hurting people. Now cuffed in the Sinicel's parliamentary chamber. I suspect this might have something to do with the gangs operating out of the abandoned underground factories. Melska. As for whether or not the Duke of Normandy's heirs behind all this, she and I will resume negotiations. Madame Major's death, Blondina's medicine supply, as well as Melska's gang and those Sarkas. A lot of things to handle in the city, and none we can solve with our fists like we did 2 months ago. But violence! We settled into the job quick, Wiener. Leave Parliament, as it is now, can manage these issues, so relax. I'm here to help you. Mother taught me how to handle this sort of situation. I won't let her down. It is curious. I mean, she did seem very disinterested in actually taking over the kingdom, basically. But she went into politics and everything, so maybe we'll see her as the queen at the end of this. Morgan? I'm heading over to Parliament. See you there. He's not quite used to this sort of life yet. None of us are. There's something Siege could do that the so-called speaker can't. I was the victim of the circus attack. And I care for our colleagues at Woods Island Medical Department. No life-threatening complications for the time being. Moreover, we've traced the source of those low-quality medicines. Most of them came from Melska. Yippee! So you have to sign away your soul and it's still like not even good medicine. I only turned to them in desperation, but in the end, all they got was a pile of harassment from that gang of wandering goons. As for whether this Melska is in the know, or if it's the work of some over-eager underlings, I'm not too sure. Aladale knows. Melska, the wildest villain running rampant in the Ladinium shadows. Aladale, she's dead. The final furious flame of Cumberland, the ever on high. Wiener self has already forgotten when the figures behind those 2 names slowly became one. Was it when the war was nearly over? She subconsciously paused at her clothes. By the time the exemplar's heroic leader walked out of the palace of Vestalic, wearing his old suit of royal armor, it had already torn down the flag of Castel's military commission at the break of dawn. I had seen a familiar figure and the streamlight fade away into the all-encompassing vapor. To be fair, they did help. That day, Aladale did not go to her. Rather, she turned and disappeared into the shadows of the ruined city. Let's go to Parliament. BP, it's time for politics. The Sinneswelt, once a royal estate, often rented by nobles as a banquet hall. It wasn't until everyone was dealing with the headache of where to house Parliament that Wiener realized there weren't many choices left for the Londinians. The chaos of war had destroyed far too much of the city. I've seen this room many times before in posters and in movies. I used to be astonished by how massive it was. Big enough for heavy gang boss to bring all their boys and girls in to sit down and have a chat about the tours. But now, it disappoints me. It's filled to the gills, all cramped and suffocating. And hey, and politicians not almost the same. So, Venus never admitted it. I know her, and I are like my... Miss Morgan. Miss Morgan. Huh? I didn't mean to interrupt your writing. It's just that... Barnaby's late again. I'm thinking of going to look for him. Heard he's gone and got himself soused again. Soused? Well, okay, wait. This is where we learn one new word of the day. That's not how you even write it. So that's how you write soused. Plunge into liquid. Okay. Fair enough. Well, Venus not here yet. We're gonna go look. No need to ask me. Well, Venus... Now that I think about it, you said the same last time, and the two of you never came back the entire session. You know, you just want to have a good paint, and, you know, makes a difference if they're actually here. We were just locked out last time. Now, honesty, Miss Morgan, I've been carrying around the factory's design sheets for near my entire life. If you asked me to do a quality inspection, I'd know all the ins and outs of whichever part you'd like. And there wasn't a foreman out there who'd dare say I was wrong. But sitting here with those lords and ladies, trying to read these documents covered in gobbledygook. Sometimes I laugh the British, so we can manage such a ridiculously huge city. Biggest thing I've looked after in my life was my workshop. God, my heart's pounding like mad. If I was at your back, I'd be scared of some tosspot nobles. What timing, and then again the twisted member of Parliament's eyes meets Morgan's gaze, and she smiles and nods her head in greeting. Fine weather we're having today. I hope you're all in good health. Ah yeah, good health to you too. You're fine, just fine, thanks. Right, just tweeted as helping Wiener fill the seats. That does make sense. I wonder how they actually did fill the Parliament now. You know, if people like this are actually sitting in it. I suppose they're not all tossports, but keep in mind that we put our lives on the line to take back the vital city. Are you seriously thinking of going back to the days before that? If so, I have to sort you out first before these bastards ruin the city again. Alright, I get it. Actually engaging in politics might be important sometimes in your life, huh? I'm this infant Miss Doctor not showing up today. They're busy handling some public safety stuff. I'd rather hold my hammer tight and go back to bed too. Madam Speaker, you're here. What's this? Mina, wait, who's that you're carrying? You know, I just found this corpse in the streets. Barnaby? Clive? Help him to his seat, Delphine. He drank until he passed out in front of the Sinister's doors. No, he won't let go of Wiener. Okay, maybe you shouldn't have brought him in. That's like very bad representation. I'm waiting for the speaker. I've got a whole lot of proposals to help with the maths shortage. Then you should include them in your formal petition. We reformed the rules issued by Parliament, also we could bind ourselves. Hey Delphine, I swear Barnaby's here is not trying to be simple and on purpose. And I have talked about his ideas loads of times. He's just like me. Sick to our stomachs the moment we stepped foot into this bloody place. Like the soul's getting sucked right out of us. Not just that we can't speak quiet. All the past courage we had while chopping down devils is gone. Yep, I think you probably have a lot more adrenaline while going to war than... I guess it depends on the person, but I guess it's more natural to just have fight or flight instinct while fighting for your goddamn life. So I came up with a stupid idea. That maybe a bit of drink would I love my liquid courage. Relax, Venus aren't going to get mad over something like that. Right, you needn't worry. Parliament nowadays is incredibly complex by nature. Everyone here's on the lookout. Getting used to things and learning on the job. That includes the speaker. We're going to defeat those who wish us ill off the battlefield. We're going to have to learn how they think. It's not going to be an easy process for any of us. Two of you have done pretty well, all things considered. What if we become them once we learn enough about them? You will just be politicians and they will corrupt you exactly. I certainly won't, Miss Morgan. I'm not saying you will, Clive. I can't guarantee that won't be the case, Morgan. Nobody can. I believe in Wiener, Shadow, Hannah and Dagda. I don't care what you all think. You know, Wiener will just carry. I'm sure we are all very clear on why we have convened this emergency meeting. Ever since Parliament was re-established, we have worked around the clock to resolve the issue of the Sarkas, who continue to operate within Londinium's walls. We gave our citizens a promise of safety. It matters not if it is the Sarkas, or roving mercenaries such as Milska hiding within the city. Parliament will strive to settle the matter. We will brook no evil that threatens the safety of our people. You're putting me on trial? There will be no trial, Sarkas. Parliament's interim bill dictates how we handle you. Provisional court has passed it as well. I guess you don't have the resources for many trials, but it's not a good look for your country. You will be dealt with in a manner that all agree upon. Not everyone, just you people. But, to be fair, you Sargas people also did not care about anyone in Londinium. It caused grave injury to a kind-hearted shopkeep. All for a loaf of bread he had already set aside for you. He's still alive? Yes. Good. So when's the execution? We should have left with the rest of your kind when the war ended. You still remember me? Of course you do. You were the one who let me go during the big retreat after all. I'll see you in my silver, head of the Exemplars. You... Longshot. That's what my daughter calls me. You didn't ask me my name at the time. I'm betting the people sitting by your side don't give a damn what it is. But I'm going to ask everyone here something, on behalf of a few others. Our Sarkas are born and bred in Londinium, but have never left the city. Still considered Victorians. I mean, I guess kind of depends what you did during the war, right? Which is, I guess, always a thing hard to prove. be honest, I never really thought about that question. Sarkis, who called himself Longshot, never yelled or shouted. The rowdy, chattering chamber went dead quiet as he spoke. I looked at the people around me, paying special attention to the nobles' expressions. Those that had long made up their minds of the issue didn't feel like speaking up. As for those who hadn't, more nervous of them had their eyes starting about, waiting for someone else to speak up first. But me, I was part of the third kind of people. I didn't have to make up my mind, because Vina would do it for me. Yeah, that's probably also not the best approach. So that day, all I had to do was wait for an answer. Just like the time I was up on the city walls, watching the Sarkis troops leave the city, waiting for her to give me an answer. Time for more flashbacks. Okay, I do love my skeleton wheel. That is beautiful. I don't think I'm ever going to forget that sight, so long as I live. Back then, I also had a question for Vina. Why are we allowing the Sarkis who killed Baird to leave with so much pomp and circumstance? You know, because at some point you also need to do forgiveness. If you like add too punishing on the Sarkis, they have like nothing left other than basically become your problem and fight and everything, right? And keep fighting till the last. She never said anything that day. Atop Londinium's walls, October 8098. Sarkis troops are leaving. The airship's shadow looms over the silent, orderly soldiers, life-born tearing ripples through the dark clouds hanging above the wounds outside the city. That must have been a sight to behold, for sure. Venus stands atop the walls, quietly watching them march into the distance. Not too long ago, they were tearing apart her home. Land is scarred and slick with blood. How many years will it take to recover from the wounds Anonym left on Londinium? I don't know what you and the doctor talked about, Vina. But it's still time to beat the shite out of all those bastards. Our men and the boys from the Ducal Alliance are still waiting down at the foot of the walls, just... Anna, you're the ones who must need to stay calm right now. Like more than any of you to keep them here. But truth be told, simply can't do it. The Duke's main fleet haven't retreated too far away, Delphin. Doctor's right. They can hem and haw all they like, but once they start a fight again, they have to help us out, even if it's just keeping up pretenses. Then, you're going to let these people who fought so hard to survive the war just throw their lives away. Don't forget the ceasefire agreement. Now is not the time to act recklessly. Wonder how did they agree on it? I guess there was somebody under Therese's then, because it really sounds like Theseus just snatched Anonam and, you know, left behind all of the Sarkis army in a sense, and well, we sacked Theresa, so all you ever say is, don't. Screw this. Screw it all. I can't take it any longer. Those people, our friends, bad. Infa stays not a moment longer. She fears she cannot stop herself from sliding down the walls to join the crowd below. Guess they haven't really seen what happened to Bert directly, right? But to be fair, it's not even totally the Sarkis' fault. She fears she cannot stop herself from leading the charge, pulling her battle-born yet battle-hungry fellows back into the fray. Anna. She's been bottling herself up this whole time. Don't worry, Mina. I'll go keep an eye on her. She's just venting. He's not a foolhardy type. Rena, why am we allowing this Sarkasso-killed bear to leave with so much pomp and circumstance? This is the best the doctor and visitor could get us. Londinium cannot withstand another war. Yes, there's enough dead already. You know this, Rena. Held exemplars, no rush action from anyone. Doctor? Poseidon received a few invitations from the Dukes. He want us to sit on the post-war conference on handling Londinium. Hey, that's a lot of political power for Wolf's Island. But would they even want that? They want to stay neutral, right? Oh, Handling? You mean before all the Sarkas even gone? Are they really in such a rush? I don't think the city as it is now is willing to play ball with the machinations. That is why they chose you. You could always refuse, Rena. This is my home, Doctor. Made your decision, Rena. Wasn't it made the moment we let the exemplars on our charge into the city? You know it, and I do too. Not something to take lightly. You have my full support. Then Wolfside will attend the conference. We will cheer Rena on. Thank you, Doctor. I suppose you're saying the biggest challenge is yet to come? I'm supremely curious as to what they'll spew out of those pretty little mouths of theirs. We'll meet you as soon as we can. Coming home's not always easy, is it? Yeah, you know, rebuilding your goddamn whole city sounds like a lot of fun. Oop. Palace of Vestalic. Who would be even... Who would be in charge right now? I guess it would just be the Dukes. Of how the government works, right? I mean, I guess they were kingless for a while now, so... Shortly after the war. The young Duke. This was a resplendent place 26 years ago. At the time, the dome above was polished to mirror sheen, and the radiance of the twin moons and enchanting darkness of the starry sky dancing together was a most beauteous sight. Once I kissed the back of His Majesty's hand here, paying respects to King Alistair, a rare honor indeed. Victoria no longer has a king, my lady. Or should I call you the Earl of March? But it's the Duke. Just Eleanor is fine. I did not beg his grace the Duke of Normandy for the seat of Count March to hold the title of Earl, but rather to expedite a few business matters, your highness. If it were not for that partial royal hanging, it might have been much closer, Rena. Takes out a gilded purple business card, its face embossed with nothing more than a golden loosestrife flower. I don't need to write who I am on my business card because you know who I am. Please take it. Since you're more accustomed to do things in a businesslike manner, this might put you at ease. I'm afraid we are not so well acquainted. Do you always decide the future of Londinium here, my lady? It was never up to me where we meet. Besides, considering all that's happened here, surely there's nowhere else more suited than this. Zoom in on Lion? Or... Lena looks at the faded statues and dusty doors at the end of the hallway, as if she could capture their past glory. In the room beyond was the King of Victoria's throne. Upon it, he once sat, dictating the rise and fall of the Empire. What remains behind those doors now? I arrived early to both walk down memory lane and to meet with you. We have much to talk about. I do not wish to meet me too. No, I'm holding a... Mina, surely your friends from Moit's Island have divulged what the other dukes are thinking of you. The other dukes? Don't see much difference between you, them, and the Duke of Normandy backing you. Oh, don't get me mixed up with his quiz. He's a man worthy of respect. It's not worth bothering him with trifles as ascending Londinium. Isn't that just saying, sorry, my Duke doesn't even care about, the populace. As for the rest of them, I dare not say I'm worthy of comparison. The sagas of Troll does not mean that the demon's troubles are over. Hey, Masty, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? Did you finish the chapter of Deltarune? I'm not willing to tally up the change in the infected population, but the outcome is rather clear. Yeah, Moit's Island will make so much money. Victoria's pharmaceutical production lines are insufficient. And nobody wants to rework their precious factories for the sake of the infected. You know what I mean. While I speak, it looked fun from what I've seen. What do you mean? A long-standing partnership with the Colombian military. You've even referred to me to several pharmaceutical companies. There is no crack that cannot be plugged. For the right price, of course. I also just realized she kinda does do the cat face smile, doesn't she, with how it's drawn? She is peak cat girl. Is that a threat? Only if you think it is. Don't be too hasty to respond. Figure out what bargaining chips you have first before you come find me, Vina. Let's start our future partnership on the right foot. Oh, and we can tell just by looking around that your family once steered the course of all Victoria from this ancient palace. Your Royal Highness Accent Vina, Londinium is far too small for you. I don't think she has that high of ambitions. Wonder if it maybe ends up with... I kinda still doubt she would, become the next queen of the empire. Maybe she has basically take over Londinium though as a politician or something. I go make some instant nudes. Good luck. It's the spicy ones, right? I wish you not that many tears. The city's far too large, if you ask me. It shames me to admit, but the wailing I heard all across Londinium had me quaking in my boots, and in my panic, I went the wrong way. So many tragic sights in the city. It's not actually. Fair enough. There's some shit ones. Oh, is it shit ones like the Duke of Got It In? I understand. Yeah, I guess it's a plus when the food is not biting back. You have a point. You really have grown, Ellie. I still remember how you used to clamp up my back and grab onto my antlers. I'm ever grateful for your generosity. This quiz, the Duke of Normandy, also reminded me that he is off soon to convalesce in greener pastures. Okay, you know what? I do like her. You may join him if you wish. The budget option, not bad, but kinda definitely worse. Hey, it's still good enough. I'm not one to leave my manor before I've twinned my wine cellar dry of the fine vintages within. Are all the dukes are showing up? Did they all decide today's the day? And here I was thinking, old Normandy would understand the importance of this little meeting of ours. Oh yeah. It is all of them. But no matter. You are the reason we have gathered here today, Alex and Wiener. Your quiz didn't need to cut to the chase quite so quickly. We are having a jolly time. When I played this, I was told to notice the nail polish. Okay, I will look at the nail polish. I don't look that much at this price. Fuck you, caster. Fucking hate. The old souls was running late. Did they refuse the invitation again? I mean, those are polished nails. I guess this is to show off that she like didn't really participate in the war. Like basically, her ends are still basically just of a fine noble woman, even if she like kinda positioned herself to be also on the front line and everything. Or what am I supposed to get out of the nail polish? Now it's not working? It has to be. It's your Twitch, right? I did not top any frames. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear. You're back. Yippee! He turned his eyes away from Londinium a long time ago. I'm sure your spies will have all the details of my meeting with him served to you with breakfast tomorrow. Yet even now, his elegance is no less impressive than the time Gaul was swallowed whole. I wouldn't consider this a good thing for Victoria. Tara and Dublin. Though he has not explicitly declared independence from Victoria. Only the blind fail to see the reality of the station. I guess that is what the LG side story is for, huh? That's gonna be a fun one. So Masti, what is more peak? This or the basically Nekva's side story? Abercorn and Five suffered tremendous losses, and Seth forfeited the right. Okay, I think you mentioned big part in the big decisions. That's for sure. I see. And the one behind Ashworth has decided to stay far from any sort of turmoil. As for Normandy, his stance is rather clear-cut. Then smiles at the young Duke, and now simply performs the most minute of both in return. The vagaries of life. Back in those days, he still held parliamentary banquets here, and King Alistair still sat in the throne room. None would take his words lightly. In the dark and dusty hall, Duke Goddardin lively taps out a beat etched in his memories with one foot, just like in the days past. Why does it feel like he always just cares about his wine and parties, man? Smoke, music, and the sunlight shined up in him from the dome above. He was a spirited young man back then, with all the lords and ladies at the feast lined up to be his dance partner. Even his majesty applauded him. Then, together with the other dukes, he sent the king to the gallows. No need to memorialize the dead, your grace. This often stands before us, does she not? Hey, sure she does. What does it matter if Victoria has no king? The siege. That's all I can call you until you accept our proposal. Well, are the dukes proposing basically to put her as a puppet on the throne or something like that? There are better ways to implement the ideas and infect it. Refugees, even this pain in the ass suckers. Madam the Speaker, Should I consider this advice from the will of the Empire? Call it an attempt at giving some. We have other means to handle this near-ruined city. This is not a lifetime appointment. We'll judge whether or not you're fit for the position. Just like the past, no? With your dinner table parliament, a handful of dukes could dance around the king behind closed doors, deciding the nation's future on a whim. And the results? For God's sake, we have not yet washed ourselves clean of all the circus blood. You look only at this little city. I look at the whole of Victoria. Yeah, you managed the whole of Victoria so much better, right? There's for sure no civil war going on. If Londinium has become an ulker sapping Victoria's strength, I do not mind gouging it out. Man, yeah. I guess fucking no duke cares about the common man, do they? I will allow not the nations to see Victoria plead, but I will not tolerate them mocking our scars, nauseating though they may be. We stand in a sewer. You cannot expect a full view of an ancient empire. Do not forget that the family name Victoria is no stranger to me, your Royal Highness Alexandrina. Only the strong, the heroic, have the power to steer the empire on its future course. Let's not frighten our future friend, your grace. Let me gather here to soothe our worries in a more pleasant manner. Old Wellington is far from the core, Windermere is in a constant state of uproar, and the rest are keeping an eye on how we stand. And it's rare for us all to see eye to eye on a matter. Let's keep things simple. That I cannot deny, but Vina, you can do far more than this. Oh, this does not mean the speaker must sit on the throne, Ellie. Are you all finished? It's time to clean up this empire. See, that will be the best timeline. She draws her sword, and the hall falls deathly silent. Vina insisted on recording some minutes for that secret meeting. It was a meeting to decide Londinium's future, so the residents had the right to know what happened exactly. I stood there in my hiding spot, trying to note down every word as impartially as I could. You know, yeah, I doubt how impartial you really are as an observer still. I guess you're doing your best, but, you know, I think this reporting might be biased. When I saw Vina tore the sword from her hip, pointing it at those bastards who thought they knew it all. I hoped from my deepest heart that she would strike them all down. I guess we think alike. That way, what came next might have gone differently. My teacher once told me the size of king was used to behead rebellious nobles. No, not the size of kings any longer. Though I do not know what to call it now. I have not the right to name it, as it was the workers who forged it. Commemorate that victory, whose painful sting has not yet left us. At first, as it lay forgotten up in the muddy battlefield, I thought its duty had ended. But those heroes who lost everything still remember it, because it symbolizes the Victoria held in their hearts. They do not wish to see her laden with dust once more. I know what they intended when they gave it to me. They wanted me to judge in their stead, judge those who brought them to desolation and ruin. But you don't fear it, do you? Honestly, probably the best form of government is where actually the people that govern are, in a sense, scared of the general populace. That will never happen. But at that point, it would, maybe act actually in the favor of the country and be held accountable. Hmm. All I'm saying is maybe the French were onto something when they started with the guillotines. Maybe they went on too long with those two, though. I laugh when evolution eats its children. It was never the sword you feared. Wiener gently caresses the flourishes on both sides of the sword's crossguard. Every detail sculpted by the artisans of Londinium. The hammer and the sword, they glimmer in the darkness. So long as the sword gleams, Victoria's honor will shine eternal. We begged my aid in reforging the sword, broken to the point of no return, using my hammer as its core. Okay, that is metal. Once reforged, he offered it to me without hesitation. But at the time, I could make no promises. King? Speaker? As far as I'm concerned. Neither title is worth a damn. I'm not different from them. I'm just a woman who wanted to go home. Sadly, home does not really exist anymore. And when I made it back, what did I find? Didn't see the grand Victoria you do. But I did see infected children in the boxing gym, hoping to learn pugilism so they could defend their homes. And drunkards, mouths full of rotting teeth, donating the drinks they had stashed away to the hospitals. Also soldiers on the operating table could be saved. The glory of empire has long since left us. So far in the distance it can no longer warm our heart and beds in the winter chill of the new year. Man, she was spitting fire. The sword is the duty entrusted to me. I need neither parliament nor royal authority to know what I must do. I will do what I can to show them the power they hold in their hands. To make them understand the land is theirs to protect. But until that day comes, I must stand at their forefront, no matter what title I bear. Sewers too may plume, and so, here my home. I will not be lectured by the likes of you. Wiener firmly plants the sword into the ground, its point passing through the stone like butter. It stands tall before the dukes. All eyes fall upon the quivering sword, a very clear provocation from Wiener. Vineplate and miracle. In the wake of the war, those two words have become joined at the hip. Rather than the late King's orphan, we're much more concerned about Wiener's other identity. Well said, my lady. If only somebody would write a book about this. There's really no point in us keeping the sword nowadays. Best you pull it right out. No point in making such a fine plate. The teacher really did give you a practical education. It seems you are worried over nothing, Duke Caster. Indeed, a rather childish way of doing things. But one that will win over the people. Parliament will see her major faster than ever. Wait just a bloody minute. Have no choice, Siege. Thunder Victoria needs a new voice, and you have stepped forward. But I have seen many die by their own plates, leading me to think long and hard about taking up that particular one. That's no foreshadowing for sure. Do not let it cut you, Madam Speaker. That is my advice. Oh, Doctor was also here all along? He's more clear-headed than your quasars think. Doctor? Pardon me, your quas. We were unable to stop the Doctor. We are dismissed. Londinium needs a new leader who can protect everyone. They cannot rely on anyone else. Doctor, the final decision is yours naturally. How interesting. A pharmaceutical company specialized in oropathy that often dips its toe into areas outside its expertise. circumvented the ducal alliance, intended a ceasefire with the Sarkas. Well, you assented to it, did you not? Merely a gift. As thanks for all you have done on the battlefield. There are some lines that must not be crossed. We will await your answer, Siege. As for Woods Island, you have not been keeping quiet for a while now. Why? You not have been keeping quiet for a while now. Why the sudden urgency? Time itself makes for irrational decisions. Oh, time is it? Mina, have a good think about what the people you're still protecting really need. Right? First they need a home, then they need food, then they need work. Then we can see from there. And remember, if you do make your decision, don't get too close with those Woods Islanders. I believe we have a good relationship with Duke of Normandy, my lady. That's exactly why I'm warning Wiener, Doctor of Woods Island. She's not quite like the other dukes. She actually was funny. So what should we do now, Doctor? It's not good for Woods to get more involved in Vinium's affairs. Yeah. Oh, Amir's left for Castle? I wanna see that. I guess there's like kinda two of the side stories of gameplay that I kinda really want to read. I mean, I know that one is major, that is after this side story, and there was also just the returning home to Castle thingy, which would probably be interesting to read. It's been a long time since Pavel took my brothers away. As for us with State, it's been real rough lately. Let's do it already. I've got nothing else to say. He looks all around him, watching the people on their benches whisper to one another uneasily, an unconscious sneer on his face. This place fettered him, and in its magnanimity, it had also fettered those who would decide his fate. Not too long ago, Wiener vetoed a proposal to use the Palace of Westhalek to house the parliament, instead choosing this building, oft rented out by the royal family. She hoped this would be the starting point of a new parliament. I finished looking into him, Wiener. Longshot, a lifelong mercenary, built from a place in Castle called the Scar Market. Okay, so he is not actually at all what he's claiming to be. He is just, he is just a mercenary, so During the war, he took part in defending the city in the name of the military commission. He never saw the front lines. Months ago, Babel organized a withdrawal effort. He didn't follow them. Instead, he was captured by Infant Doctor while covering for some local Sarkas as they evacuated. He really did save him. I don't remember that. After he committed this latest crime of his, he halted his trail and found the people he was hiding. His daughter has been helping a few Sarkas leave the city these past 2 months. But this time, she's part of the group sneaking out herself. But why do they need this? I mean, I guess it might have been how quickly the ceasefire and everything was managed. But, if they should have had an ample time to just leave the city then, right? Beep. You attacked the shopkeep, who recognized you for supplies, didn't you? Restrain him. Don't lose your temper just yet, Longshot. Your loved ones managed to slip through our fingers. Someone's helping them. Melska. Sounds familiar, right? Their business is creeping into places they shouldn't be creeping into. I I don't know a damn thing, feline. Just kill me already. World my blood's going to get this pretty little place all dirty. Yeah, you know, you should probably not do any executions in the middle of the parliament. The war's just ended. You're already trembling at the sight of some rat. None of you sitting here even have 1/10 of the honesty of the sarcasm you refuse to call Victorians. Just leave the rest to me. Alright. Any new instructions from Her Grace on the latest going-ons in the city? Her Grace has long since been aware of the trouble these Sarkas and the Smelska have been causing. She is very concerned about the safety of the citizens. But now Parliament is fully assembled. Since the Speaker has been doing a fine job of solving the issues plaguing the citizenry, she believes things will improve. However, when it comes to rooting out the risks against the team's safety, the Grace is of the opinion that we should not tarry, especially in regards to Melska. And so, there's still problems in the city that we must urge the Speaker to resolve sooner rather than later. Melska's hideout. Boss, Parliament hanged the devil, but we managed to snag the stuff he left for us. These goods. Send them out. But boss, it's way too risky right now. Parliament's been trying to sniff us out 24/7. Then hide them for a spell. We've paid their due, so we'll get them delivered. No need to worry about anything else. Nobody knows about this batch anyway. Maybe we can just... The mercenary gestures at his neck, but a sharp pain accompanied by a chill suddenly prickles at his chin. But boss, I had to say it. Even if you kill me, that's the best way to handle things. You know, you cannot be mad that I'm right. Didn't those devils kill a whole bunch of our people? What the hell is this weapon supposed to be? I guess I never really paid attention to that. Not sure if did we see it actually torn? We might have seen it torn before. But yeah, this seems kinda impractical? I don't know, man. If you really cared, it would be on the exemplars list of decommissioned soldiers, not here. But there's nothing wrong with caution, I suppose. The new speaker is so concerned about the city's safety, an invitable target alongside the Sarkas. Those devils ported up in themselves, though. 2 months ago, decided not to withdraw alongside the rest of the kin. Now that things are heading south for them, they finally wish to flee. It's natural they have to pay extra. Don't worry, if this goes well, and more business opportunities will be coming our way, we will beat the underworld. You're back. How did it go? Did you manage to get any? In terms as full as a tin of beans. Everyone's trying to get us suppressant as soon as they can. Not to mention what just happened to Madame Major. Sorry, Diane. Not even exemplars get special treatment. Mind, that's sad. What's Island been working around the clock to provide as many suppressants as they can. There's just too many new infected. I understand. Well, it's not like we got no way of getting any. Yeah, it's time for crime, baby. I've heard from some war bodies that there's private channels. Illegal ones. Hey, as long as you live to see another day. There's other means of buying medicine? Heh, the person never told me we'd have competitors. She didn't hear me wrong, mister. Huh. Who's this? Ah, sorry. My trip from Colombia must have tired me out too much. Hello, I'm Elisio. Here, my business card. Colombia? You are hard medical? He does have basically allopathy. I'm not sure what it's actually called, but a tracking thing. But he is not from Wolf's Island at all, right? That's right. I rushed over to Victoria to find... 1 second, let me check my list. Ever since I arrived in Londinium, nearly everything's been different to how the preliminary briefing described it. Found it. Londinium's interim health secretary, the Major. Could you tell me how to get to the Office of Provisional Supply Procurement? Well, she's dead, sorry to tell you. Rest assured. I'm here representing Pure Heart Medical to discuss medical cooperation. Jason here will get better soon. Did I say something wrong? Didn't you hear the news? Madame Rachel has passed away just this morning. Sorry. Sorry. That's been cool for a second. No matter how hard we must strive, Your Heart Medical sincerity and dedication will not change. But right now, could you please take me to her office? Somebody has to be there, right? That's how it works. Oop. Guess we can skip over his toilet. I don't think that would have any important dialogue. I think when we skip the battles, we should at least do the final battle. It was kind of fun one. And maybe with context I will like it more. Oop. But yes, sleepless nights due to pain are rare for the infected of Wolf's Island. Used to think suppressants like that were available everywhere. It's the throne. May the vast lands they keep our king, his people and all his village? Okay, sorry. I'm doing a horrible job, and here I thought I could at least speak some English. And give them grace without them dying. And may we call and say everything. Victoria, give thanks for our home. Throne Room, Palace of West Halleck. Still October 8th. You've been humming that song ever since we stepped into the throne room. Like, it's too strong a word. Just left an impression on me. Wait, did I press the wrong thing or did... I feel like they kinda fucked up with... this peak illusion of choice what you click there then, huh? My foster parents would hum it by my bedside whenever I couldn't sleep. I thought it was a lullaby. It's only long after they've passed on that I realized whom I was to them, who was their king. The song became a stranger from that day forth, but the tune has remained familiar. Would never forget it. You still remember him, the king? I'm not familiar with him. I saw the man who is my closest blood relative. I won't lie, Doctor. I tried to piece together an image of my father in my memory, but all I know is lion. But when I saw him again with my own eyes, there was nothing familiar about him. He was the king, I'm just a gangster from the streets. We have nothing in common, save for the name Victoria. I would say you might have been good leaders. There are more important things for me to think about. You hear the Dukes talking. They're ready to abandon Londinium, a home to whatever fate. This wasn't what I expected when Dr. Calcite got you out of Chernobog and got me to plan a return to Victoria. But I've come too far to let it go. Responsibility is a curious thing. The Dukes know you can't let go of the people who need you. They're counting on it. And they're gonna play you for sure. And we are counting on them being obsessed with maintaining their own power. As long as their pride still needs the name Victoria, the city will have time to recover. It's a deal where the outcome is predetermined. Both sides of the table know that. It's the people who have had my back through all this that keeps me going. We are home. The war's over. It's time to listen to their voices. Nina. What is it, Doctor? Let's go with perhaps the day will come when you don't approve of the choices Woods Island makes. I know. Many of us find it hard to accept that the assisted visit the evacuation of the remaining Sarkas. But this war can go on no longer. We've lost enough people. We've heard Sarkas' warning, loud and clear. The Ducal fleets held their positions during the retreat, because they all got the news. Massive catastrophe clouds forming over the capitals of most of the core countries. Almost simultaneously. Did Vervisus plan this outcome? How did he? That is curious. Interesting. Talk about straightforward. You strolled back to Castle in broad daylight. You and Dr. Calcese know what you could do with that piece of originum. They won't abuse it, unless their back is to the wall. For self-defense only? Maybe they think that way, for now. But there's no such thing as a guarantee when one is in possession of power far greater than one can control. Are you telling me that just with that one origin work, this Vervisus can now control all the catastrophes, and that would probably be too far, right? I guess we will probably learn a lot more about Amanam in the third story arc, and that's at least what I assume it will be about. Probably that and Thesis. I've seen many gangs rise rapidly with the backing of the nobility, and to fall apart from the inside just as quickly. That's why Mia's going back to Castle with them. I mean, she is the king after all. But you're not in a position to determine Sarka's destiny either. Both sides have been inflicted wounds that will not heal so easily. The young Sarkas regent has gotten his wish. The Sarkas are once again united by concrete hatred. Yippee! Obtain a wisdom shard that belongs to them. This is interesting. You are so right. Hatred always ends the same way. Where will you be when that time comes? Let's go. Finally, the lion returned. The golden lion walks out from behind the darkened throne and crouches by its side. Gavin. It is like he was always here. Like the reliefs around him, bearing witness to the Empire's rise and fall, all in the blink of an eye. I do love that he has basically goggles. That is such a silly design. And now, his dark eyes have witnessed you. Teacher? This is the first time you've shown yourself before me. No need to fear. I'm neither a monster nor an illusion. I show myself now because I must. We're out of milk. Please bring some. I'm thirsty. Vina has chosen a path that she had not even considered until now. She must grow. And you are in a position to help her. Well, Silent is already assisting her, working on Dinium. That's not what I mean. I have no intention to interfere in Victoria's destiny. Whatever it may be. But you have led her towards a confrontation with the destiny of terror itself, from which hope is hard to come by. I promised one who is long gone to walk with her until the very last. But now, even my own being is no longer a certainty. You will try not to drag others into it. I know Vina. When the day comes, she will stand before its island. And you will need her. But where will you stand when that day comes? That's not ominous at all. There's no need to answer. She will witness on my behalf. You are neither her follower, nor mentor, or foe. You already realize that the ties you share are one of a kind. Perhaps we can afford to wait for a chance at the first start. But Vina cannot. Man, imagine aging and not being like thousands of years old. I've taught you how to survive, Vina. But I cannot teach you how to become hope. The one before you, however, can. I know what I must do. Okay, first we start with the propaganda machine. That's how you create hope, right? Animals in this place are weird. Yeah, it's... I mean, maybe another side story would have shown better off, but since it's very rare to have like actual animals, like animals from basically our planet, or what we want to call it, and they all seem sentient. I assume they are in some way also connected to original. Are those animals report with us or something like that? I guess I will see at one point in my life. And they like all their clothes. I'm not sure I would call this cloth, but sure. Okay, yeah, so sorry, I can see. Then guide her. The one whom Vina trusts. You are the spark that lights her fire. The spring that drives her forward. Listen to this one, Vina. You find yourself in doubt. I mean, okay, I'm not suggesting that cloths are made only out of cloth, but if there's a man that just has goggles on and nothing else, I will not say he has anything on. I will say that is a fucking naked man. Now, if I see Emperor with his Tupac shirt and his like hat, then yeah, I go this penguin wears clothes, but this lion might be into some kinky shit. Okay, that's all I'm saying. You know. Also, the real question is, how many of the animals actually do have pants? What is this instrument, Vina? So this is what we call a violin. Engineering sample made by Vok. Says it keeps tired workers from growing drowsy. But how is that different from just taking a nap? If you saw a penguin with goggles and like a zoo, would you consider it clothed? Actually, in a sense, penguins penguins always come already in their suit, right? They are always clothed, but now you know I would say it is still naked. It's still naked. Okay, as a streamer, you sometimes need to be able to rage bait, okay? Does it work? Yes, we actually invented coffee. Mina yawns, rubs her eyes, and continues to peruse the documents before her. No. What does wake you up, though, is responding to some 40 petitions to eliminate the Tveda Milska. Wearing a skin suit, actually. I mean, some people do call being naked being in your birthday suit, right? I'm not saying I'm that kind of person, but they do exist. But it would be naked. Have the citizens fighting over this outside calmed down? Yes. One brought a bunch of city guards newcomers straight out of training camp. Thank goodness it didn't get out of hand. It helped that the soldiers had families and comrades on both sides. I really don't know what the people who still support Milska are thinking. They're probably kinda forced into a racket at this point. No surprise, it was Parliament that went back on its word first. We did have trouble with our medicine supply, and her stuff gave people hope. Only false hope though. At first, I thought you sent the defense force to crack down. Using violence to suppress innocent countrymen is the most cowardly and least effective method. Why are you looking at me like that? Just feeling dumb for worrying at all. Don't tease me. I've got a long way to go before I'm used to this role. Thank goodness I have a lot of help from people I can trust. My teacher, the doctor, and you, and many others. He stretches, puts down Voxrock's sample, and lets out a long exhalation. I would be stumbling in the dark without the input from your informants and our Voids Island colleagues. But Milska, selling dangerous drugs of unknown origin, offering predatory loans, threatening the lives of the citizenry, and colluding with the Sarkas. All the evidence lies in my drawer, all of it corroborated. She cannot be allowed to run unchecked just because some few benefited from association with her. Adele, she... It's not just her, Delphin. No one wants to see this hard-earned peace broken again. After all, we've been through. Parliament promised safety to the people. I know what must be done. Very well, an old friend has a lead on her that might interest you. By the way, give serious consideration to the doctor's suggestion. Once things have settled down for a bit, I return to Windermere and take back certain things that have always belonged to me. How long will you be? I don't know. The doctor's right. Need what more left behind. If I'm to help you, if I was reluctant at the time of her death. Thank you. To myself too. Victoria, Vladimir, Sardine. I must see for myself that which mother cares so much about. It's the only way I can get closer to her. They keep you in good memory, I guess. Sir, please allow me to still call you that. I didn't think you would come to me. Did my application go through? Walker, I've heard how Pitt and others got you to leave the scene of the protest. I think that's not what you're here for. Alright. Actually, I've been listening to the radio, sir. I heard about the artillery handover to the newly reorganized defense forces under your command. Let's go, that's one hell of a promotion. And the newly constructed training plate outside the city. I went to see it myself. Facilities are superb. I can even imagine myself training there. I'm sorry, Walker, but I can approve your application to join the defense forces. Sorry, you actually have cancer. Sure, if I'm not up to standard, I'll redouble my... Know your own health. Spending and fighting will only make it worse. My condition is under control. I'm taking medicine. I haven't felt any pain from the Vox for a while. I'm getting better. Discuss medicine, right? We've analyzed it and it's nothing more than a painkiller, I know. But that's what we need. Parliament's medicine rations are running out, aren't they? At least this makes me feel better for a while. Let me practice wielding a crossbow with one hand. I'll pass the Defense Forces test, sir. There will be hope as long as we make it back home. No matter how bloody goddamn hard life is. That's what you told me during the defense of Chudley. Hey, and they did. We are the exemplars. We make miracles. What about life after the miracle then? Where do the exemplars go? They all just dissolve and meet once a year to drink. Once that the miracle of the previous exemplars lived on in Gaul, in the textbooks of military schools. What about us? Was a question no one needed to think about before we truly returned to Londinium. When the city podcast announced that the city belonged to the Victorians again, the youngest girl in my group asked me, where do we go from here? I said, we go home. I go back to the Slobberknocker with Hannah, Wiener, and Dagda. And you get to go home too. The girl told me, I don't have a home anymore. I only have you. Sag. Wiener and the others are here. We ought to go down. Wiener? Speaker Wiener? She's come for me too, because of the protest? Did you come to keep an eye on me, sir? She came to help you because she knew Wiener was coming. Same for all of us. There's no warmth in Londinium's sunset, but it is Britain after all, okay? Survivors do not remember if it has always been this way. Those who come after will not even question it. Once, the shadow was the pride of this old hermetic city. Now people pay careful attention not to step into its shadow. I remember the day that terror itself descended up in its pinnacle, beneath the burning red sky. Two walk side by side through the sparse crowd, the setting sun throwing long shadows behind them. Ooh, Quitten. Hey, they have fish and chips, that's something. Those they pass board to them, then go back to the work at hand, humming. Then we wake all and safely sing, Victoria, give thanks for our home. The refurbishment of the shard seems to be proceeding ahead of schedule. Wales Island helped a lot. Providing medicine, taking patients, engineering department has been helping with construction work in the city. The initial incident left such an impression on the people that the proposal to modify the shard met no significant opposition. And we're cleaning up the original crystal cores in the city while we're at it. But the engineers of the Salvation Corps say it will take some time for the things to go back to normal. Even the mobility layer is affected. Have we confirmed the retrieval team for the shard's core technologies? We have a preliminary list, but we're still doing background checks on some of the technicians and scholars. We have certain links, if you know what I mean. I do. The Dukes have given me a heads up. We turn a blind eye, as long as there's no serious issue. Yippee, now that's how politics work. I, for one, am hoping that they find something worthwhile in that scrap heap. Be a good thing for Victoria. It's not just a bad thing for us if they started fighting over it. Mina, Delphine. On? Thought you were. Came to visit an old comrade. From me. Just about to go and see how Bagpipe's doing with the new recruits. One stretches, but shows no sign of leaving. Mina's eyes. Mina, you would never guess what Walker and I talked about. Remember the Davises? Who came with us from Chatley? Well, the wife just gave birth. Yippee! The population of Londinium will rise again. I know why you're here, Morgan. Walker and the protests are a matter for Parliament. Not something I should get involved in. Just here to talk about the whereabouts of Milska. Thanks, but there's no need to make things difficult for Madam Speaker. I trust Parliament. I know many MPs. Fine people. Parliament is not as simple as you think. But those would prefer to escalate the issue. But resolving the Milska issue as soon as possible is in the best interests of everyone, including you. Yeah, you know, maybe it's a good thing that people do not get extorted for a little bit of medicine. The soldier, close enough localizers, who charged in the city with us stood in the setting sun, suffering our interrogation. We all know that Vina can influence Parliament, if she chooses to. That was the day when I truly realized that Vina had not belonged solely to the Glasgow gang for a long time. We get a peaked warring. We get a peaked warring again, let's go. Honestly, I do like those warrings so much. Maybe my Vina already said goodbye to us that afternoon. That day, all factories of the city came rumbling to life, and steam gushed up to the sky. I saw her golden hair flying wild in the wind. Blocking the fleeting tears in her eyes, she turned towards us with a smile and said, "You're home." We're home, but things have not gone the way we expected. Does going back home mean goodbye? Will we lose Vina? The factories welcome us. The survivors in the city. Why do you stand in our way? I'm sorry, Duke's orders. The exemplars must not act on their own until the Dukes have come to a conclusion, man. Are you pointing your bow at me? Weren't we fighting side by side just a moment ago? What do we do? Is it a protest? In the city? Londinium, September 28th. Yeah, so a little bit before. The city was angry. The troops that stood in our way, are they falling back? Factories are waking up? What the Cycles had shut everything down? I remember these factories. I know where they are. I always will. That's Smiles Industries at York Street. That's Cobbler's Foods on Scott Street. I guess it... Okay, for a second I was very concerned how a food company has factories, but I guess he would just do canned stuff and stuff like that, right? And that's Consolidated Inc. Hankins, South Vicar Cargo. Mina, I thought those that were silent must have been abandoned. Those that had been commandeered by the Sarkas, and those that continued to run timidly. All the city's factories came alive at the same time, but the Sarkas, hastily pulling back from the battlefield outside the city, had no time to notice. The steam that gushed out was the breath of steel and machine. The factories were roaring. What's going on? They're helping us. Condinium is helping us. I mean, I guess they were kinda used to produce stuff for the warfare already, right? March on, Exemplars! It's time to bring this to an end. This is Lieutenant Diane Weber of the 6th Column, Infantry Regiment. Lower your weapons, soldiers, and escort Exemplars in their advance. You're defying the Dukes? Before I was a soldier, I was a Londinia. This is my home too. Go, Siege. The fight is not yet over. We will take back what is ours. First squad starts lowering their crossbows. They're soon followed by others who step aside to clear a path. Exemplars, forward. We are home. Yo, it's Catherine. Keep the factories running at full steam. Keep the Sarkas at bay just a bit longer. The Dukes want people to think there's no Victorians left alive, justifying them sitting on their hands out there. But we'll make them hear we're still here. The people outside the walls will know we haven't given up yet. Huh. Thanks for the assist, Madam Catherine. I guess we also did not really see what the Union overall did in Londinium, right? We know they were there, but haven't really seen much what they fully did. We can trust our guys. Everyone has a trick or two up their sleeves. 9 and the others are working on the other factories. This whole city is about to rise up. Are you coming back, Christ? Is it on? On it is. The other factories have also been restored, just as the doctor planned. Those are the citizens that are helping us though. They're people. They call themselves the Union. See, that's a good timeline the doctor wanted when Woodside and the Unions actually working together, right? Right? Well, I haven't seen the city so lively in years. I just got word that Alliance troops have cleared a path for the Exemplars. Are you happy? That wasn't our orders. Are you happy with the test results? It seems we have underestimated the influence of a miracle. We should hasten our preparations then. That's not ominous. Hey boss, looks like we don't have to cause a commotion anymore. We're letting the Exemplars through. Pull the ambush and give a hand to the factories we captured. I sometimes do wonder why Agnes does a silly thing where you do know who this character is. Why do we pretend that this is a mystery? Tell the people in charge that the boilers keep burning until I say stop. You got it. Welcome home, Rena. But man, chapters, I mean, I kind of figured that the chapters for this would be kinda long. Speaker's office. Walker's fine. Parliament won't come down hard on him over this little thing. But tell him to stay safe. There's no telling if the people watching us might find him inconvenient to them. And how are things going over there? Good. We'll find you, Aladale. Okay, and then we are at the after, I think. But it might also be probably maybe a nice point to take 1 second of a break so I can get more to drink because I'm fucking thirsty. And my back hurts, I need to stretch my back. So yeah, like 3 minute break and then we will read more of Politics, the video game. Be right back. for the longer break. But we're back. It's time for more reading. My back still hurts, which I guess I did not. I guess first you now need to listen to the streamer being an old hack. I guess I didn't. I didn't work out last Friday at all. It was hot. So yeah, today I did work out again. But I guess my body already was not used to it anymore. I guess I did also do a lot on the back today, but yeah, I will survive. Or maybe I'm just getting too old for this shit. But I have also... not even sure what... Do you use in English just forest berry as a flavor? I guess you don't really do you? But I have forest berry flavored energy drink. So let's go. That will tide me over. I just go over there like this? Yes. Let's go over there and ask what the price is. 5 kidneys. Huh? Alright. The child approaches the merchant's stall and timidly uses the wares. Fireworks kit? Yeah. A special occasion, a gift? This one's too popular for celebrations. But there's a lot of dust. That's normal. It's been lying in the warehouse for a while. How about this? You buy one, and I'll give you one free. What's that smell? Fire! It's you, isn't it? But they're standing there for run! Let's go some nice arson. Merchant tries to put out in the fire to no avail, and is soon surrounded by flames himself. Exploding fireworks towards a gawking crowd. Tactical joker has long fled the scene with the child, but wasn't supposed to be a joke? Man, I love my racism. Serves him right for marrying a devil woman, the bastard. Fire's getting bigger. Don't grab the man. We'll get the crowd out of here. Yes, ma'am. Pile driver spear rips the flames apart. Sounds of explosions and crackling fire sing joyfully in a cacophony. Aruva emerges from the flames, spear in one hand, the merchant in the other. She puts the merchant down in a safe place, and sits beside him, wiping the soot off her face. Should also call for some firefighters, maybe. Sorry about your style. I think I might... It's fine. Fine, don't worry. Fine? This is fine. It's the meme. It's the dog sitting in the middle of the fire. She points toward the raging fire, the fireworks still leaping out from time to time. The gawking crowd continues to grow. A drunkard, seemingly oblivious to what is going on, looks over an unsuspecting passerby and starts dancing. Under the setting sun is pandemonium. Drunken singing mixed with angry yelling, mixed with the cackle of fireworks. The street has not been so lively since the circus took over. It is the very picture of chaos. The merchant, who has already calmed down, begins to laugh. His whole livelihood is ruined forever now. He probably will starve to death now, but, you know, at least he will cope. I haven't seen the folks so happy in a very long time. Brings back memories. But it's your style that's on fire. Not. I'm in a good mood today. Just call it a fireworks show for everyone. If you and me, ma'am, my wife can finally leave the city tonight. Huh? No injuries, ma'am. Should you go after the troublemaker? Nobody got hurt. Good at duty to handle anyone who commits an offense. Thank you in any case. Say, can you dance or play an instrument? What? Can't let good fireworks go to waste, can I? Maybe my wife will hear the commotion. way of saying goodbye. I'm starting to miss wartime. Even working on the farm, anything's easier than this keeping the peace business. But hey, if everyone's happy, who am I to complain? When she's satisfied that there's no danger, she lies down on a crate by the roadside, stretches and lets the beams of the setting sun fall up in her face. Give me a haystack over this any day. Where are you, Chen? That's a good question. Where is Chen? Why is Chen? And how is Chen? I mean, I know she's gonna be an IS. I think she is gonna be the next monthly IS one, basically. That would be also this week. I don't think we get to do this week, but it would be nice to have some excuse to do IS again. While I think about it. Just the monthly ones itself are also dull. Since it is just kinda low stakes one on low difficulty, and they don't even want to finish them since you don't really get some finishing them. But we should at some point do also an IS stream again. Once I've caught up with main story or something. I mean, I would say we are somewhat good in time for finishing chapter 16 before 17, or maybe I'm promising too much here. Why'd you burn this style? You said you were just going to snitch something. Janus bastard's own fault for marrying a devil. On the bright side, maybe somebody's already lynched his wife, man. You know, maybe this man should have at least a stern talk or something. What? Who the fuck are you? Now's your chance to run, kid. Okay. What do you want? Just doing a favor for a client. Moving in future business. What's the situation with dispatch? Course is clear, and the head count checks out, no problem. But word on the street is that Parliament is looking for you. Nothing they can actually do about it. Same as before. Don't cause any trouble. Speaking of trouble, there's a kid in this batch that's giving us a hard time. Ooh. Why can't I see my dad one last time before we leave? This man says there's fireworks outside. It's Dad's fireworks. Aww. Shh, quiet. You don't want to leave either, do you, Mom? Yeah, but sadly, I guess people are racist, and it's not a good place to live anymore. The Sarkis covers the child's mouth and holds it tightly, gazing up nervously at the woman looking quietly down at her. I'm sorry, she's just not used to this. Her father never left her side, even during the war. Our deal with your husband was to get you out of the city. The rest is not my business. If you want to stay, that's also your own decision. Ma'am, you're just scared because you've never been through anything like this. See, I'm a professional of being a refugee. None of us have. Don't worry. I'll take care of the girl. She won't cause you any trouble. That sounds ominous. But where are we going? What about Dad? He'll come find us once he's taking care of things at home. I knew this day would come. That day the people from Castle came. You don't like the military commission? St. Faris is your legendary hero. I'm every bit a Londinia that you are. I've never been anywhere else since I was born. I don't know no Fabrices. The accent, that's not how commoners talk. I take it you ended up here because of the folks from Castle. Never mind. You're a good person, ma'am. No one else would come close to us at a time like this. Without you, the new parliament might have nothing to be surprised, I suppose. Bigwigs never change, whatever happens. I've seen enough in my lifetime. This new parliament is different. We can believe in Wiener, right? Yeah. Maybe. People like us, though, it all feels the same. The aged Saka soothes the sobbing child and sighs. Don't be afraid, child. Father's an honest man. More honest than most people I've met. He'll find you. Alright, but where will we go after leaving here? Plan on visiting some old friends. Left during the withdrawal with the twins, who work for a pharmaceutical company. Do you know them, ma'am? No, I have no time. I should get ready to leave. What is your name, ma'am? We will not meet again. Yeah, but you need to return customers. You want an old woman, won't you? I just want to thank you. On behalf of myself, while those who are afraid of you. I would rather not direct this gratitude to a codename that's already to be cast aside any time. Aladale. Satch. Beautiful name. Thank you, Aladale. Aladale. The name that should have been laid to rest in the Mausoleum of Kings. Yeah, but you know, what if we get you as an operator? That would be cool. In the darkness, where even the passage of time became blurred, yet sought to die in the wounds of history, to be forgotten by all those whom she disappointed. Yet she was a fate to die, a fate to be forgotten. But when muddy water tipped from the hole in the steam knights left behind and fell up in her palm, she opened her eyes and saw light. What lay at the end of the light was life and submission again. Hesitation may have lasted 3 days or 3 minutes. In the end, she made the same choice as she once did. You will meet Rena again, someday. She recited it over and over in her mind and crawled quietly into the light. Office of Vision Supply Procurement. Excuse me, this was the orphanage? What do you mean? The reservation with Madame Major is no longer valid. I have to get in queue again. Should I be trying to buy time for the infected who can't get medication? I'm afraid the reservation system is under maintenance. There are a lot of files that need to be organized following Madame Major's passing. However, we are all very busy with preparations for Madame Major's funeral. You know, she probably did good work, but that shouldn't be your main thing to work towards right now, no? How long are we talking? It should be up and running with 7 business days. We'll inform you as soon as reasonably possible. It'd be just a week of wasting time. Have you been to the Center for Biological Infection Control? More and more citizens whose conditions are deteriorating rapidly are being sent there by the day. Most Londinians didn't know how to handle acute neuropathy attacks before the war. The ones who need help the most are the ones getting the least of it. We can't afford to wait, not to mention the proliferation of drugs that have little actual effectiveness. Your feedback is noted. We'll pass it on to the Center of Biological Infection Control. Is there anything else I can help you with? Man, this man probably deserves to be in hell. Tell me where the speaker's office is. If you would like to visit the speaker, I can assist you in making a reservation. No need to ask him. I know where the speaker is. Come with me, Alicia. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please let us know if you need any other assistance. And thank you for the coffee, sir. It's a very valuable gift. Aren't you furious, Diane? This is no way for them to behave. I came to Londinium to save us? Well, why saving bureaucrats? No, that's not what I mean. That's what you think, isn't it? I mean, no offense. I'm grateful that you've put a roof over my head. I also see there's nothing but chaos in the matter of helping the infected here. I get that it takes time to build up and improve systems and workflows. Please understand, though, it was my job to raise such issues back in Columbia. I just want to see more regulated and effective workflow to provide help to more infected. If I may say so, we are a little ahead on that front. I've been to Columbia, Elysium, and I don't know how people like us are treated back where you call home. I mean, sounds better than here for sure. Would love to see it if I get a chance. But that gentleman has done nothing wrong. He has done what was tasked of him in such cases. In fact, he has done it better than any of his predecessors. And then he has many problems. Things are getting better, even better than before the war. It seems you trust this new parliament. No, but I trust the speaker. Come, take you to her. How do you know where she is? I take it you Columbians are not in the habit of listening to the podcasts. Well, you're more used to watching TV. Never mind. Where's the speaker? The memorial service for the Major. Yeah, there's so many people. How do we get to the speaker? Come with me, no shortcut. I'm with the military, puts out gun. Through the window, Eliseo sees Rena Victoria for the first time. He has done his homework and heard legends of the young speaker during the war. He thought the speaker would be more impressive. Hey, thank you for the wait, Kairos. How was your stream? What were you up to in Ark Knights?
Hello there.
When he sees the well-dressed Aslan speaking at the podium, feels nothing but disappointment. Rena Victoria is not nearly as splendid as he imagined. Are you lost? If you're here for the service, the entrance is that way. Huh? Would you like a hand, Eliseo? Hey, Nasum, sorry to disturb the reading session. I mean, it's always nice to have new people here. Hey. Kate told me to rate you. Thank you. But yeah, we are just being nerds and reading through like this event. I already did stages when the event was rerun, but I never did read the story, and I'm trying on catching up on the main story. But yes, thank you again. Oh, thank you. Hey, how did you... I was the one who put the files on Pure Heart Medical, and yourself, on the speaker's table, long before you arrived in Londinium. So you know what I'm here for. Of course. And the speaker knows what I've been trying to do for the past few days. Of course. I would stay and listen to the reading, but I gotta wake up in 6 hours. Well, have a good rest then. Thank you. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. But the speaker would be different from the other nobles I've met. Eliseo, it's fine. I'd just like to clear up the misunderstanding. This is not Columbia, please you. It's arrogance to judge us by your standards. Sometimes we must follow the rules first, in order to change things. Not even she could do it. Inside the hall, Venus muttering something with a sad expression on her face, but I cannot hear what she is saying. Delphine meets Diana's gaze, then quickly averts her eyes. Was Madame Major not a victim of the rules? No, only a respectable woman, of those nobles we were talking about. She could have stayed in Normandy, far from danger, but she came of her own accord to the chaos of Vandinium, in order to help the people here. It's always the wrong that die early, that do be life. She refused to stop working, even as the condition deteriorated, trying to help as many people as she could. Just like you, Eliseo. To be fair, if she wasn't that bad of condition, shouldn't she have like already put some preparations in for a replacement though? Our conflict with her was only because of the harm that her radicalness and stubbornness were doing to herself. I don't like secrets, no conspiracies behind her passing. She was not a victim. You know, she was just sadly afflicted with throat cancer. I'm sorry, I didn't know. But it makes it even harder to understand. Why do you refuse to work with pure heart? Just trying to solve your problems and make money, probably. Are you aware that Pure Heart Medical is backed by the Columbian Department of Defense and the Emeliander Foundation? So this is not just a nice helping offer, right? This is basically Columbia trying to get some control over Victoria, isn't it? That sounds like fun. Of course, the military and the Foundation have always been our main stakeholders. You are a good responsible man. Feel free to come and find me. Insist on carrying out that responsibility. You are? I'm just the Duke of Windermere. Delphine Windermere. You may call me Delphine. Looks like a company has work to do when it comes to client research. I'm not giving up, Lady Delphine. I believe we can help with Londinium. Don't make any promises on behalf of Vienna or Parliament. But believe me when I say that we want to heal the city more than anyone else. But if you would like, you can come with me to say goodbye to Madame Major, and to all those who have died in the chaos of the past few years. You know, it's only a few graves. The bell of morning tolls, foul beasts glide close to the ground, a sign of impending rain. Even the gods are crying. Right now though, nobody pays any heed. Their heads are bowed. No tears are shed, or has already spent the city of its last drop. All leads point to this place being Melska's hideout. I'm still taking your time. I mean, need to make sure to actually find the proof and everything properly, right? Don't you think it's too easy? Besides, there's been rumors of unidentified circus activity here. Can't hurt to be careful. I say it can't hurt to have an accident or two. Good exercise. Goddammit. Why do you think I refused to help Morgan with her stupid paperwork? Because you wanted some workout? You're an upright girl. To come along like this, thought you'd shut yourself up in the tower as soon as you came back. You really ought to be staying put at a ship, Hannah. How many times has Medical reminded you about your condition? The sound of bells echoes in the sky above the city, as if everything has gone quiet for a moment. The memorial service has started. Well, no better timing. What time to wallow in sentiment? Let's go, Doctor. I don't want to get my ass kicked while I'm trying to wipe the tears from my eyes. Sometimes I just don't know what to do with you, Hannah. What do we do if we run into Aladale? Punch her in the gut and leave the rest for Vina to worry about. Who's there? I'm afraid you won't find her. It's not you she wants to see. Who are you? Oh. It was Riverside Cannery. It's time for some vampires. Is this? I guess it's probably the first time she would overall appear in the story, right? And now you're not gonna show me more of her, will you? Why is the game always giving me cliffhangers? Couldn't decide how to start the chapter on Aladale. I decided to write one for her. Realized I knew so little about a name that should have been so familiar to me. The last Cumberland. The one who betrayed us. The one who gave her life to save us. The one who bragged about her cream stew. Milska. Caster's minion. Cumberland the Ever on High. Which one was the real Aladale? She just wants to be a Steam Knight, okay? Continuum Underground Tunnel, September 28th. So we're 34 minutes until the exemplars break through the blockade. Coordinates confirmed, boss. Location in the anonymous warning message is just ahead. We've identified the source. Woods Island. No surprise there. Let's go. Mercenary does not move. There's uncertainty on his face. Out of it. The boys trust you. Without you, we would have rotted in the alleys, or the devils would have. You already died once, so I'm fine with putting my head on the line for you. But this just doesn't make sense. Why should we trust Woods Island? We know nothing about them. The exemplars are almost inside the city. It's going to be bedlam outside. We could take this opportunity to line our pockets. God damn it! Or you could look out for your country and city. Or at least, you should not risk yourself being here. You're not the only one who thinks this way, are you? The mercenary is silent. He dares not meet Milska's gaze, fearing her wrath. But nothing happens. Have you thought about what will become of Londinion after this war? The way it used to be? No, nothing will go back to the way it used to be. Now everyone wants to rule it. No one can go back, no matter what comes of this war. You're abandoning us? No, I need you. Soon, Londinium will become a city in need of mending. The old order has been destroyed by death and violence. There will be plenty of gaps left behind, plenty to feed us. But, asking your opinion. I'm just stating the obvious. Come on, listen, man. Listen, I don't plan on going back to the old life, which means we have to plan for a new one. I haven't forgotten about you, of course. You will get some cream stew. In order to keep our livelihood, we need people to know what we're capable of. Honestly, I didn't give you a choice, so are you coming or not? Oh, solid. Put me at the front of the line, boss. Hey, at least there's some loyal mercenaries. I'm not imagining it, am I? What is this? Blood that walks in the gaps of the flame and in the furnace. Does the devil side them here? What are they planning? You know, just vampire stuff. They always leave behind red walks, just like red droppings. That's how they work. It's a faint smell of blood in the air. She recalls the unwashing, squirming monsters that came straight out of a nightmare. Boss, I found something here. A Ducal Alliance soldier? Something's not right. He hasn't been dead for long. The name tag. 5th Infantry Regiment, 8th Column. Rank Major? Earl of March troops under the Duke of Normandy. external wounds, but the death was not natural. You should still be outside the walls. Why would a major from the unit be here? Where did they come from? Kill them, and quickly. Orders must not be delayed. The other altars still need to be activated. There is no time, oh boy. The devils are surrounded. There's no way out. Hey. Did that quo? I thought this was just quos. They look more like bats though, huh? Why do we need one? Hey, my god, I haven't read the story yet. Yeah, so yeah, this is spoilers then. But if you get far enough in the main story, I'm not sure what you've read before, but I guess it is a lot of politics, but it's a good one, for sure. Lunatic. No one knows where the Steam Knight sword in her hand came from. It's fine, I skipped most of them anyways. Fair, fair. It is a lot of reading in this game if you commit to actually reading to it. Much less where Milska herself came from. Mercenary Slack Stramble. The request's not turning around a few minutes ago. As long as the purple plate would not impale him from behind. Fuck all. Let's go. I still hope, I kinda hope that we get Adina's operator at some point in our life. I know that sort. I got A6 on Chen. Man. Chen is that the Ironclad mod, or am I stupid? That is good, fuck it, though. Okay, but if cute, how evil? I mean, look at her. She's like peak design. She cannot be evil. I'm smart. Let's fucking go. That's a. Okay, yeah, it would be rude to say that's like the only compliment I've gotten, but you know, it's a good one. The general's feeling mentioned you. You've got nerve. Is the tin can somewhere nearby? Maybe we can kill 2 foul beasts with 1 stone. Carry on with your work. I handle this. Jingle is Christmas, baby. Like wind chimes on the beams of a mausoleum. Mausoleumer. Okay, see, this is... I need to be educational. Otherwise, the German government will hold me down for my streams or something. I cannot type, man. Mausoleumer. Yep, okay. What does the net say? Is this just... Is this the plural of mausoleums? Actually, that would make sense. Mausoleum. Okay, I'm just stupid. Caressed by a breeze, the golden pendants and gems that hang from the veil of the one who slumbers sway and clang against each other in the air. The government is full of penises anyways, allegedly. But that's not the opinion of the streamer. Thank you. Excuse me, did anyone see my earring? There you are, little Garnet. Man, Garnet is a good book. This is the Olympus Company reference. Oh, I've spoken. I guess I have to borrow your toys to Kavir. Not like you're in any position to refuse. The blood-red altar within the iron frame begins to glow, but quickly goes dark again and then shatters. The broken red pendant in the air is now good as new, glowing with a faint light. The red glow is almost mesmerizing. Jingle. Sound echoes by Milska's ear. That is when the rocks explode. Take care of little Garnet for me for a while. She'll lead you where you belong. Now you should go. Surprised that anyone like Dame Calcite would trust you, though. Oh no, another hot vampire. She sees the red and black figure. Why would a vampire save my life? Dame Calcite? At the Calcite of Woods Island? What are they planning? She has many questions, but finds herself holding the cold conical earring in her hand. There's no time to waste if you want to help that one. This is not the only altar in these parts. What do I do? She will tell you. She? Wesker suddenly feels a pulse from the earring in her hand, like a heartbeat. Stop her. Shh. No. Vampires still are super spooky in this setting, not gonna lie. Beep. Nadine feels all the blood in her body rush back towards her heart for a second. And the vertigo that comes with it. Like this lady, that's fair, she is cute for sure. Well, vampires can be hot. I mean, isn't everybody that is playing Field simping for Camille? I think he's also a vampire, probably. It would make sense. For the first time, she envies the kindred who have abandoned flesh and blood. Path has been prepared. Take care of her, and she will guide you to me. I think like most vampires in this game are cute actually. Okay, but you are just a closure simp, okay? Like, I can think of 4 and 3 of them are cute. I mean, fair. September 28th. 6 minutes until the exemplars break through the blockade. Let's go to the next one. Boss, that weird vampire thing. As we destroy the altars, it just keeps getting prettier. It just absorbs the power. We've got more important things to worry about. Word is that the exemplars have made it into the city, but they're being impeded by the Ducal Alliance troops. Have the factories gotten the order? Hey, they're getting ready. These strange shit in Sarkas altars, and rumors that the Dukes are ready to leave Londinium blockaded and abandoned to its fate. Yeah, you know, for you to deal with, and too little time. Oh, I made my stream. Oh, fuck. Wait, why? That is bad, that's a lot of... The storm got her, the storm got me for sure. Is it better? Is it better on its own? That's good. I'm sorry for that. I don't know what... Do I have anything open that uses internet? This... Befits... Is it further when... I still feel like it's a conspiracy and it got worse since the World Cup started. Germans love football too much. I do know that Germany has a game, but that's like in 2 hours. But I think the first game might be. I'm not a football fan. I'm a nerd that plays Arknights. I'm not actually following the World Cup. But yeah, I guess the stream is at least alright. We live with that. Sorry about that. Who knows how many such altars the sagas have hidden across the city? Without my knowledge too, could not have done it on their own. More than one key district will be reduced to rubble if these altars are activated. I've discovered and destroyed several key ones, however. By yourself? Wiener needs help. The exemplars need one final push, and the dukes need to hear the true voice of the people. It was I who spread the rumors that the dukes are planning to abandon Londinium. Not that there was an element of truth to it. What do you want me to do? Already doing it. You and those who follow you. But you too need a little push. I'll take care of the remaining altars. You've changed a lot. What death does to someone. I could say the same for you, Melska. Are you sure you liked that name? You've chosen to live, then follow the path and see where it leads. Boss, she's... Like you've got all castle on your heels. Go to the outer city. Tell the others to get ready to receive the exemplars. You know, she's doing stuff against the parliament, but... Okay, I wanted to say she does mostly do the right thing, but they're still kind of extorting the people for, like, low-grade medicine and everything too, right? So, I guess this is where morality becomes a quay instead of just black and white. The exemplars break through the blockade. Across the city, factories swore to life, welcoming them home. I keep thinking back to that afternoon. Factories, Wiener, steam, cheering, boxing, angry yelling, bad. The bits of memory gush to the surface together, mixing together, wiping away what happened that afternoon. One thing I will never forget is when Wiener said, "We are home." I wanted to cry. It was a long, long journey from the day we left the city to the day we came back. You know, it was only one little war. We're home, but how many did we lose? How many who walked with us on this journey? And which of them could come back after they left, besides Ardale? I miss Bert. So yeah, it's not, I don't know. I feel like sometimes the game does later on hammer so much home, and isn't it sad the people we've lost? But I guess for the Glasgow gang in specific, it would make sense that they now have time to actually grieve. 2 days after the exemplars break through the blockade. I never knew taking inventory could be such a pain. Taking inventory at the factories on your turf back in the day wasn't half as bad. If this is pain, I'd gladly take more pain. Yeah, imagine the money we could make. I mean, what? It sure is exciting, though, to see so many people supporting us. Reminds me of that one time you showed for Snow and Wood Silent uniform. Okay, they got me with that one. I get that the doctor just wants to see Fosnova, okay? But yeah, they for sure do love making the deaths of some characters. It sure is exciting though to see so many people supporting us. We've been at this all night. The sun's already coming up. We have to push forward. Others can only buy so much time. And talked about Talula's gay wife. Excuse me? That she has a name. It's Alina, okay? Alina was peak. Terra kills the good ones too early. Imagine the utopia we could live in if Talula would not have become evil because she lost her wife, okay? Word from Wizardel. Yesterday flew a dozen Rangers into the military commissioned systems of command. But the Nachtseerers are still guarding West Halleck. We've been inside the city for 2 days. There's been a little sign of movement from them. Were the rumors that Vervises has abandoned them and gone into hiding? Okay, so he literally was just ready to nope out once he would receive the crystal, wouldn't he? We were zwar the Nachtservers aren't moving. It's all speculation. Not even the doctor's team has been able to confirm it. Get some rest, Morgan. The Lion's order to attack will come soon. I just don't like counting, that's all. I want to help a doctor. I reckon I've got a little more experience sweet-talking people into helping us. I've finished persuading the nobles was still on the fence. Hannah and Kathleen are organizing the surviving workers in Self-Salvation Corps. I've no doubt they can get it done. But doctor, there's not really a temperament for this. You know, sometimes you just need to beat people to help you, clearly. Go help her. Smile. Let's continue. Supplies from Heidi. Improvised weapons by the Self-Salvation Corps. Huh? A bomb? From Visitor herself? What's this at the bottom? It's not on the list. She looks around and sees only exemplars transporting supplies. She recognizes all their faces. She carefully examines the box. After being satisfied that there's no threat, she opens it. She is struck dumb by what she sees. Why is this? Aww. It's a set of clothing. It's time to switch into her altar. The cool vase of the morning sun shines up in an emblem of House Victoria. Her house. Ina feels a bout of anger. Is this some kind of sick joke? Wait, no. She recognizes the outfit in her hands. It belonged to the Victorian royal family. Why is it here? Who found it and delivered it to her? She can only come to one conclusion, a single name. Let's go. It's time. What's the situation, boss? The equipment is inferior to the alliances. The Dukes are having the exemplars take the brunt of the fighting. Casualties will be heavy. But this is also an opportunity. The Dukes want a hero. The people need a hero. Why not add a finishing touch to the story? You're betting on them to win. Wiener will always win, okay? But no. Bets were already made when the battle outside the walls ended. This was the last chance to double down. No idea how that works, but whatever you say. What's next? We kill. There will be chaos once the final battle begins. And opportunists too. I'm not about to let them do whatever they want right under my nose. Say, boss, what was that thing you left behind? Just an old memory. A little stage pop to give more substance to the legend. Garment of the royal house, retrieved from the ruins of Cumberland Manor. The leader of the exemplars can make good use of it. This normal stream is fine, right? Yes, looks fine. Now I'm yeah, no, it's fine. Don't you like the story? Last heir to the throne returns to drive out the devils, garbed in the king's regalia. Yippee, no symbolism at all. I mean, to be fair, it sounds better having one king than fucking all of the dukes. F? Okay, wait, is my stream having? But OBS says it's fine. Is OBS lying? Wait, I'm... Fuck. Okay, you got me. You got me. I hear that she didn't like the title. She'll need it, as she wants to sway doors who are still uncertain. For now, at least. Is she alive? Venus had a little wish ever since the day that the Steam Knight returned. Perhaps those around her had the same, but no one spoke of it. We should bring back the Steam Knights though. She looks around nervously, but does not see her. I thought I should drink more, you are so right. If anything, that is a relief. She's not ready. Okay, at some point you will need a confrontation though. Note? Tailored to your size. Hope it fits. Okay, how did Aladale get the measurements? How? There's no name on that note. But for the first time, she knows that Aladale is still alive. There's something else. A few photos with the following words scribbled on the back. Something you might find interesting concerning a certain Duke. Let's go. Did we get cast or blackmail? That was the before, right? Probably. Okay, 15th December. I brought the Defense Forces files that were requested. Madam Speaker, since the establishment of the patrols, we received no fewer than 200 requests for assistance involving Milska, the followers. Man. Yeah, okay, we can give her at least an actual trial in the end, right? We don't just behead her in the middle of Parliament, I hope. There's concrete evidence of the violation of Parliament's newly enacted laws. What are we waiting for? They're getting in the way of honest people doing honest work. Give the order. Put their heads on pikes outside at the senior side. Feist and Rockwell have already reported the situation to me. I want the rebuilding to progress smoothly, as much as you do. That's not how Parliament works. Yeah, first, we need to vote for it for a month, and in 2 months we can actually double check if we're still feeling the same way, and then we can come up with a plan. Go ahead, Viscount Elsa. Milska's behavior is certainly questionable, but the medicine has at least provided consolation to those suffering from the current shortage, if nothing else. Balderdash! They're exacting payment in lives. Sit down, Lord Allen. You are in Parliament. They're using underground facilities, relics from the war, to evade our pursuit, Viscount Elsa. They've been decentralizing their operations, of course. But there's also evidence indicating that someone associated with Parliament is helping them. I believe we need an explanation for that. Don't we? Are the Londinium Defense Forces requesting our assistance with the investigation, Lieutenant Scamandros? We are, of course, eager to help the citizens face the Milska threat. I could contact Her Grace the Duke of Castor to arrange for personnel to be deployed to Londinium. It is much reassuring to hear that Her Grace the Duke of Castor has, at long last, deigned generously offer her valuable assistance to Parliament, Viscount Elsa. I'm very curious to know if other dukes will do the same. Reverend Hector, Viscount Chidian, Dr. Herman, and Academician Irwin, I trust you to pass on the message to the other dukes should you, by chance, have the opportunity to communicate with them. That's what made to say you're all basically on payroll, huh? Startled, the members whose names are called have been keeping a low profile in the room, are left with little choice but to smile and bow to Wiener. There's no affirmation or denial, but the argument in the chamber is evaporated, as though it never existed to begin with. A special provisional court will be convened of the members of Parliament to deal with the Milska issue. Milska will, of course, be granted the opportunity to present her defense. Yeah, you know, she's probably gonna come here if we just write a nice warrant. There's whispering amongst the seats, but no objections. Will she show up for the trial, though? If she does not appear, she will forfeit her right to the defense. The court shall pass judgment in a fair and just manner. Horn, kindly instruct patrols to take Milska into custody and bring her to the parliamentary chamber. Prior to Parliament's recess today, just 2 hours. I will wait for her here. You should wait in the office, get some rest. You don't look so well. I'll let you know if she comes. I feel like she doesn't, right? Which will be sad. I said I will wait here. Right then. Sorry, I know. I don't understand. There's so many things that are much more urgent. Infected, in need of treatment. Shortage of supplies, rebuilding a city, restoring order. I guess it does fall under restoring order in a sense, right? My desk is constantly covered in important matters that require my attention. You would rather spend an entire day bickering over something that you don't even disagree about. You're not doing a good enough job. Remember that I promised you she would not get away. If you give my people and defense forces free rein to search for her, it's probably not a good image for the government to go all out, right? Since Milska would have a bunch of supporters. You're short-handed. Trying to solve the problem this way means ignoring other, more urgent problems in the city. Then why do you think you're not doing a good enough job? And why do you carry a nomadic city on your back? Oh, come on, she is tall, she can do it. That's what the tracks underneath it are for. You don't have to become the perfect leader that they talk about, for whom solving every single problem is taken for granted. What? Yeah, you're saying those perfect leaders don't exist? Besides, from Milska to the protests to the medicine shortage, the shadow of the Dukes loom large over all these recent affairs. What, he would never sabotage Wiener? How could you say that? There's no doubt that Kars is behind the Milska matter, but something has to give. Milska has gone too far. Catching her is no easy task, though. And when doctors say she is associated with a strange vampire. Bethany, she doesn't show. Do you want her to, Wiener? Milska hideout. Why are you blindfolding me? I've paid my husband's bill. Yeah, now you're paying in blood. Yes, ma'am. You're an honest woman. You have paid the bill of Mickey Robinson. The boss sends her condolences. Your husband made many contributions to the city. Can I go now? Of course. Once you've paid your other debt, that is. 2 contracts. One signed by your husband. The one you just paid. Another signed by you on behalf of your husband. But he's gone. He's gone, but the medicine isn't. Here, do take it. Now, let's talk about your bill. Okay, you know, sometimes I want to be sympathetic to Milska, but what the fuck is this record, man? You know, like, you probably could find so many buyers for it. At least extort somebody that can get some use out of it. We accept credit, of course. We don't. Oh, boss, since when we don't? Just now. Took her to get some rest. Alright, and then? Sent her to senior side. Honorable MPs are waiting for me, aren't they? Parliamentary chamber. Out of the way! Let the doctors work. We've identified the victim, Wiener. One Miss Lawrence of Newport. That injury is life-threatening. No, the vital organs were unharmed. We just lost a lot of blood. Milska's people did it. You know, they need to feed their pet vampire. But rumors are beginning to spread. That's not a good thing. Husband, Mickey Robinson, recently passed away from acute oropathy, while being unable to get proper treatment. He was one of the exemplars who came home with us. This is the answer. Escort Miss Lawrence to the Defense Force Medical Camp, Delphin. What about you? 2 more minutes. I will keep the word of the Provisional Court and my own. At Delphin's behest, several MPs carefully carry out the unconscious woman out of the parliamentary chamber. The carpet on the floor, which has only recently been replaced, is soaked in her blood. You know, they should not replace the carpets if they keep doing beheadings and bringing people in. Yeah. It was the Sarkas who had pled here 2 months ago. There's order on the floor again. 1 more minute. There's no one, except 2 black feathers that seem to be staring at Vina. Is this vampire shenanigans? They fell from the unconscious woman as the group carrying her walked past. They swept up into the air, only to slowly drift down. That is the place where she should have stood. The clock strikes 6. It is time, esteemed members of parliament. As Milska has forfeited her right to a defense. And this looks so sad, man. In accordance with the law, I, Vina Victoria, Speaker of the Parliament of Londinium, pronounce a special warrant is hereby issued for the arrest of Milska, dead or alive. Defense Force patrols are to apprehend Milska personally by any means necessary. Effective immediately. Also, issue a citywide announcement that Parliament will accelerate the enactment of the City Safety Act. On behalf of Parliament, I vote to the citizens of Londinium that the curfew will be fully lifted within a month. That sounds like a lot of work. When the organization of the police forces is complete. The Provisional Court will complete the necessary personnel movement and additions within 2 months, at which point it will be renamed Londinium City Court. The court will continue to process backloaded cases concerning public safety following the conclusion of the war, so nothing changes. Parliament and I will ensure that everyone is treated in a fair and just manner, regardless of any privileges that one may have enjoyed, for whatever reason. All shall stand equal before the law. I don't think that's how it's gonna end. The witch always wins. She should know this. What kind of leader do you want to be, Vina? I don't know, Doctor. I should at least know what is right and what is wrong, no? Right is right and left is left. It's that easy. Sometimes, right and wrong depend entirely on where you stand. So true, Doctor, so true. Then, what should I do? Accept those who despise you, for they keep you vigilant. You know, you do need your haters to keep you accountable. Bagpipe reporting in. Sweep complete in T11 and T32. No sign of Milska. How's things over there? No sign of Milska in C11 and C20, ma'am. What about L10? Reports yet? Reinhold? Is there a situation? I'm here. There's nobody here in L10. I'm just scared of this rat. Man. His gaze alternates between the purple plate before him and Milska, imploring for mercy. I'm coming back now. Did you find anything useful? No, nothing at all. Purple plate is lowered. He slowly backs off. Alright, meet up at the rendezvous point. Be there in a minute. I mean, to be fair, kinda understandable that the man wants to live. Leave the communicator. Okay. He keeps his eye on Milska in the shadows. Once he's sure that she's not going to kill him, he drops the communicator and flees for his life. Cavendish Street. It's still the same day, yeah. So quiet. Prefer the underground. At least the sound there doesn't make me feel. Parliament has yet to lift the post-war curfew. They're trying to protect the people. From people like her. The communicator that she just obtained continues to supply the latest news about the patrols. Man, you would think that the man is at least reporting this, right? Right? Wesker strolls past the shops by the roadside. He hears the faint sound of radio from one of them. He stops before the dimly lit storefront. What do you think about Madam Speaker's announcement that the curfew will be lifted in stages as law and order restored, Hans? Considering the current pace at which the police and courts are being reorganized, at pace, a joke. If you ask me, who's arresting whom? Who's judging whom? Okay, see, that's the neat part. The sword will touch everyone. You'll just behead it. You don't trust Parliament? My citizens sleep sound in their beds, knowing that Parliament has been hard at work rooting out the remaining devils over the past 2 months. Today's sweep of underground insurgents has been particularly effective, remedying another long-term threat to public safety. In the span of 3 hours, we have received thousands of messages from citizens expressing their gratitude to Parliament, and particularly to our honorable, dare I say, majestic, even, Madam Speaker. I do not deny that she has been a decisive leader up till now. How long do you think she can keep it up, though? Well, you know, you should maybe allow some mistakes of your politicians too. I bet you £10 that in 3 months you won't be able to tell her from those fat, filthy lying nobles. A lavish car stops next to her. The door opens. There's only the driver in a set of familiar clothing. She recognizes the emblem of House Cumberland. Is it time to get taken away by an usher? You're alive. The Quaestor Duke is willing to recognize your value. She's giving you a chance to come back. That Cumberland has died. And one who has already died once is not afraid to die again. That has at least some spine. The easy option would have been just to call back to Caster, right? The door closes and the car leaves, disappearing at the end of the street. Bloody hell. Looks like it's not just you who want to kill me, Rena. You'd better hurry. I mean, see, that's the thing. Rena doesn't want to kill you. She walks silently in the shadows by the side of the street, disappearing into the night. At least there will be more people who believe that you can give them that most precious, most valuable of things right now. Safety. I hope you like my final gift to you, excellent Rena. After this, we're even. What is she gonna do? Morale was high before our attack on the Nachtseher position at the Palace of Vestalek. Couldn't say the same about the people in the city though. Yeah, understandable. They had lived for so long under Saka's rule, they could hardly even conceive of resistance. Lecter and I found it difficult to persuade able-bodied citizens to join us. Until Rena showed up. She was wearing an outfit I never thought I would see her in. Outfit for a king. Never said who gave it to her, but we could all guess the answer. Aladale. I was dumbfounded. Looked at Doctor and saw her fighting to contain her trembling. Long live the king, baby. Saw the frenzied crowd rush through the streets and alleys, scrambling over one another to join us. Well, sometimes having a symbol is very powerful, huh? It carried Rena further and further away from me. And I guess it is also very symbolic of how much she's not Siege anymore and just more Rena, in a sense, huh? Her Royal Highness Excellent Rena has returned. She'll lead her people to drive out the Sakas and take back our home. Cavendish Street, September 30th. I thought you would reject my proposal. Important thing is to win this final battle. Everything else is secondary. The sign of Cumberland yet lives? Yes, and she will be major ass to our plans, I guess. I hope so. She deserves a second chance, no matter what. What about you? Do you understand the significance of donning this garment? I do, but I always had a choice, didn't I? Did she have really that much choice? If she... Like, it was, I guess, very clear that if she's not doing anything, the Duke will just fuck over Londinium. Lena walks through the crowd, escorted by Delphine. Everyone bows to her in reverence. This is hard to take, though. We thought she saw a certain figure in the crowd, turned out by the onrushing soldiers and citizens. What is it? Nothing, just seeing ghosts. Let's get the troops in order. It's time to put an end to this. You and your friends will win, Wiener. The person that left you. Goblet always belonged to you. It's merely icing on the cake of your final victory. There's no place for me by your side when victory comes. You actually said Orange as a choice you made. That is true. I think, Wiener could forgive, But the end of this absurd verse is simply the beginning of your story. Do you remain the ever-victorious legend when that time comes? Victoria is not easily changed by anyone, not even you. But perhaps you would truly have believed. Goodbye, Wiener. Goodbye. And imagine just talking out your problems instead of being like, I will go into banishment. Tenpins Pub, December 21st. Good job, Madam Speaker, I say. Rip up every tile on Dinium and without a devil scum hiding under them. I love my racism. Here there's gonna be a big shipment of oil perfumettes coming in. Yippee, see, we saved Londinium. I got a friend at the procurement office. Maybe he can get me some meds first. Ah yes, I love corruption. Let's see if I can get some for you. Cheers! You were strutting all day when you got into the Duke's army. And then you went to the Exemplars. Now here you are after the end of the war, just like me. Too infected with nothing left. Right? That is how war goes, baby. What are you calling infected? I keep hiding those boxes, okay? I can fight. Not like you. I'm not afraid to die. Blah. Other patrons look up at the staggering soldier. Well, at least they still have enough alcohol to get drunk. That's what's important for a country. A coin flies across his face and lands on the bar counter. A haggard figure cups him by the shoulder. Man. Trevor, my man. He's drunk. Take him home. I've got a bill. Don't mind what he said, madame. He's just telling the truth, Lieutenant. I'm retired too, but suit yourself. Sure, as for your question, doesn't matter if I was talking to the one whose name was on the warrant or a union or anybody else. The workers want to do something for our home. Can't just stand by and watch everything get worse. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. That's how things have always been for us. Just friendly advice. I've seen what medicine from dubious sources can do. I watched a soldier collapse into his drink a couple of days ago. I'd performed emergency surgery on him during the war. That time, he survived. But this time, was the last checkup he ever got. I do be like that. You're a kind soul. Yeah, you are an ass, but you pulled through. The apothecary in my neighborhood says he can't remember how many came to him for poison during the war. I guess in a sense it is realistic, but man, that's depressing. I don't remember everyone I've ever treated, of course. I see much worse in my time as field medic. At least I get to see those who walk out the field hospital again. This man has depression for sure. Spend enough time thinking here. They begin to recognize the faces in the crowd that I've seen before, if it was only once. The names of dukes, it was the exemplars. Man, the one thing of Victoria that's not just corrupt. There were lots of heroes, lots of them lost. No, what I mean is, I know what you wanted to hear, but I don't have anything else for you. Sorry. Most people in the new exemplars aren't soldiers. We can't compare them to the old ones. Yeah, but their heroes were actually, you know, going for the country. We didn't start celebrating here in the city when the dukes defeated the Sarkas. That's the end of it. The walls were on fire, and unarmed Londinians trapped inside with the Sarkas. Nobody knew if the dukes would spend the next 2 months talking before they entered the city. I mean, it sounds like this was the plan. Nobody knew what would become of us. It was the exemplars who came. One can take away what you did. Not in Londinium, at least. Catherine pauses. She notices the officer's hand trembling in the dim light of the tavern. He reaches into this pouch, trying to find something, but finally sighs and takes a big swig from his mug. These days, the only contribution most of us make is to the business of the city's drinking establishments. Hey, there's still some money. Thankfully, the kindly owner here doesn't throw out loitering drunkards. After all, most of those who fought tooth and nail to get back home no longer have homes at all. Yippee! Hey, that's what our goal is for, baby. To hard-won victory. Shira raises his mug, but Catherine does not do the same. I'm afraid you found the wrong drinking partner. An appointment to keep. I intend to be sober for it. Get drunk, medic. Leave the alcohol to your later days. I've heard the rumors about exemplars. Why don't you talk to the speaker directly? Catherine gets up, goes around the other patrons, nods at the owner behind the counter, disappears behind the door in the corner obscured by boxes. Okay, what was she actually doing at the pub, basically, if she does not want to get drunk, though? That was a funky zoom in. What makes you think I haven't? He looks in the direction where Catherine went. Leads to the forgotten corner of the city. Defense Force patrols went in many times, but never found anything. None of my business. He waves the proprietor over for another drink. Lieutenant Shivers sent 2 messages. I asked the messenger and both came from this underground pub. Delphine said she made arrangements for all the surviving soldiers of Duke Windermere's ship. Are you sure we don't want to check out the street that Delphine talked about first? No, let's go in. I followed behind Vina and let her open the door, because I was still used to kicking them in. Man. I guess some things are hard to forget. Glasgow gang never ever caused trouble in Auchterich Borough. Vina said we were just getting a drink with some old exemplar friends, but I knew there was a lot on her mind. She had made arrangements to stop some factories and ration the refined original reserves for the winter. No, having heating sounds neat, but the word exemplars was always there at the bottom of her memo, our old friends. Deal. You're gonna answer my questions frankly and truthfully, right? As long as you beat me at arm wrestling. Whipped the man. Piece of cake. To get my injury wouldn't be a problem. I know what you want to ask. Will she disband exemplars? Honestly, I don't know. The stuff she's thinking about has been getting more and more complicated. I've given up trying to figure it out. My guess is no. Jean came to see us in the clothes that she wore when we fought together. That's not sending a message. I don't know what it is. Didn't she say she just didn't want to draw too much attention? That's what's all in the books. You wouldn't get it. What you see here is no exception. Many examples are suffering from the lingering war wounds. Well, I think she is doing her best, trying to, get the actual supply. With medicine in short supply, alcohol represents one of the few sources of comfort available to them. Hey, it's one heck of a painkiller still, I guess. Isn't the fucked up thing that in the past, like, as medicine, you would have just even given babies basically alcohol and stuff like that? Well, some are here for information. Most are here all day and night because they simply have nowhere else to go. Is this why you wrote to me? To stand up for them? No. See, you have not read my letter. I'm sorry. There's been so much going on. Yes, we must wait and forthcoming, Madam Speaker. You think the exemplars are calling for you to pay more attention to veterans' welfare? I can tell you that you're wrong. They're waiting for your next order. Everyone I've talked to for the past 2 months believes that Siege has grown since becoming Speaker, but she's getting even better as a leader. The question they ask the most is, where do we go next? Well, I mean, there's a civil war brewing still with the Tarans, right? Be ready for that one. Are you telling me to continue to send them to bleed and die, instead of trying to make life better for them? Never truly saw yourself as the leader. Saw them as equals, as comrades in arms. Respect you for that. Else also where you have failed in your responsibilities. Forgive my frankness, but for many of them, what's left of their lives will never know a greater happiness and taste of victory they enjoyed as the exemplars. He keeps his mug and tries to take his weg. Well, to be fair, if you don't have much longer to live anyways and everything, I guess I get it. Well, slips from his hands and falls to the ground. Others look towards Sheva, whose eyes are wet as he takes deep breaths, trying to keep himself under control. He takes out a coin, puts it on the table, raises his hand at the proprietor without looking at him. On his part, the proprietor simply goes about cleaning up the mess without batting an eyelid. One more of the same, please. Where were we, Madam Speaker? I never got along well with Lieutenant Sheva. For a long time. Venus' fist knocking him dizzy had cemented my impression of him. A field medic, stubborn, but largely calm and dependable. The surgeon's hand fought many back from the brink of death. Why? The lingering effect of an injury. It was one hell of a battle, wasn't it? It wasn't his hand that was injured. I remember it well. He sat straight and tall, but he had recovered with Delphine's help. As he sat, though, it was one hell of a battle we fought to return to Londinium. Let's go. Time for some war PTSD. December 25th, yeah. Any news about the situation in the city? Unclear. As of yesterday, military commissions still had a heavy presence in important areas. The royal court elites deployed around the walls in a standoff with the dukes, however, resistance within the city stands a better chance. The siege gone on 10 days already. When are the dukes gonna charge? The priority is to minimize casualties amongst the allied forces. And besieging the city is the best way, particularly with the Duke of Wellington's position still uncertain. But they're playing with the lives of innocent citizens. If this drags on much longer, are they really okay with taking over an empty city? The truth about the situation here gets out. Nothing gets out. We'll not allow anything to happen out of their control. People often underestimate the Dukes, but the truth is, they have never changed. Just like how they treated the Steam Knights. It's only one example. I can't say I know all of them well, but I knew my own mother. Ethics is the first thing to go out the window when dealing with the matters of shared interest. The focus had already shifted to how to retrieve the shard, like at a joint staff meeting last night. Hey, this is gonna be funny tech for war crimes. so they've already accepted this outcome. Doctor. I need a squad siege. I'm going to try that Confessorius passage that Shining shared with us again. I'll be back, Vina. I promise. Go. I'm just gonna let her go like that? I'm keeping an eye on you, Doctor. Now's not the time to play the hero. Right? You better not fall behind then, Hannah. Raffine. Any updates on Vice and Wok? We've reached the backup access port from when the Walrus was built, but they can't find an opportunity to get close with all the Sarkaz patrols. Rip. Doctor's team is trying to give us an opening. One faint attack is all that it takes to create an opening, but the Alliance doesn't plan to attack at all. It's just you. Correct. Raffine, can you guarantee that you'll find a way inside if there's a gap in the Sarkaz lines? Yes, but I need help. We can try to pursue the Dukes again. Ina shakes her head. Give me 2 hours. I pull a squad with decent art skills and some battle tools. We'll feign an attack on the access port at N12 to draw their attention. You take the rest of them. No, we're going to your death! Chudley, Pentwood, the Chlorine Silverwood bluffs. We're going to our deaths each and every time. Yeah, okay, but at some point, if you keep betting on chances, you do actually lose. And somebody has to do it. I'm with you, Vina. There's no answer from Vina. Morgan noticed a strange look on her face. Vina? Urgent message from the doctor. I've just been into the cancer walk itself. It is very wild. Also, Favisa's dead, but I got to hug her. Rashini just went into the Wellington encampment. And who's Rashini? There were many things on the battlefield that I didn't understand. Storm and storm, victory and defeat, everything happened so fast. After the Alliance had besieged the city for 10 days, the Gastra, which had long departed the Ducal Alliance camp, suddenly moved into the heart of the Allied position. For the first time in a very long while, those who were listening to the Alliance comms channel heard the voice of the old Duke. The Gastwell shall restore the Empire's glory. Guns on placing. Man. What sides fired straight at our city walls? Well, that's one way. At the city walls. Tell the people behind us, no delay, into the trenches. The bulk of the Sarkaz forces are being tied up at the front. That doesn't mean we have all day. Sir, there's a lot of equipment in the camp that we need time to... There's no time. We can deal with the equipment issue once we get into the city. We won't need equipment once they've won the war. Some of the wounded can't walk on their own. We'll need to carry them by stretcher. You follow the path that Siege has cleared for us. Organize the transfer of the wounded. Now go! I help, sir. More familiarization of individual patients. Thus, I promised them I wouldn't leave them behind. Have your own share of suppressant to protect the fear from the patient's supplies, but nothing at least. The closer we get to the walls, the higher the atmospheric origin particle density. Yippee! Time for everyone to get more cancer. The wounded will be in more danger than us. Why? Wouldn't it be... Why do we not ironically keep the wounded like back with a few units to protect them? Wouldn't that be smarter at this point? I mean, you know, I'm not a channel, but... Say you're not an Andinius, sir. Why would you risk your neck like this? Because he believes in Vina. Look, another battleship is covering fire for the Gastra. The Duke of Castor. And you're saying the Duke of Wellington betrayed us and fell out with the Duke of Castor? Shit. Contact his liege. We have sighted a small force of Victorians. Request permission to engage. Goddamn. Leave survivors. Find out what the unit's objective is. Right? You won't leave any survivors. What happened to the clouds? Okay, at least we do see a bit more Dublin action. Fire. The sky lights up with the fire on the city walls. First wave of purple flame came from the bore of the gas well, rushing towards the walls of Londinium, and again, and again. Like the cold waves of death that splashed against the sheer cliffs of Iberia. It fell up in the Nachtseras before Shiver burning away the watt. Londinium's walls are alight, ignited by Tveco fire. Sarka's defenders became kindling for the purple inferno. They're dead? Careful. Fires clear the path, but it's the fat tours too. Especially once the dead are rising and eating our veins. In distance, he sees the figure on the withered throne fade in and out of the purple flames. Gunfire from the ships roaring beside it. On the walls, death ignites death. Beneath the walls, living walk amongst the ashes of the dead. This is the war that will shock all the core nations. It's not the number of casualties that will interest them the most, but how many people on both sides are actually fighting for the city of Londinium itself. It's a long way home for you. Okay, you could have at least showed me Nikwas. Maybe now. We actually are continuing this. Lieutenant! Lieutenant! Shiver! Wake up! Oh. You know, just fell asleep. Sees a pair of hands reach out towards him. Lady Delphine? Sorry, your whole unit got roasted in the purple barbecue. Don't move, I'll carry you. We need to get back to the forward position that we captured. We have to move before more Sarkas survive and fill this place with witchcraft bombs. Yippee! It's interesting that they at this point did not surrender. Thank you, saving my life. No need. Was a brave soldier and nurse, Sarah, who saved your life. She gave your life for you though, so you're gonna now live with the survivor's guilt for the rest of your life. She used her arts to protect you and the other wounded soldiers from the witchcraft bomb, despite her limited experience. It was her? Wait, did she? Don't worry, she just passed out. Yippee! You're taking her to the forward position at the access port. But you've all been exposed to high origin environments for too long. I knew the risks. You succeeded in reaching the access port? Yes. It's a fire on the wall. It's out. As the battle for the wall's over. No, it's only just began. Nachtseras locked in a standoff with the Ducal Alliance, relying on the city's defensive artillery and elite troops. Is there anything we can do? Break through the access port, create a gap in the wall, the real weakness in the Sarkas lines. Just like the Alliance helped us, even if they didn't mean to. Understood. Yippee! You're just throwing up some blood and rocks, probably. Lieutenant Shiver, you're dismissed from this operation. That is an order. Does it come from Siege? It comes from me. Stand by at the forward position. You need to rest. Sorry, you will be now a homeless war veteran. Stand as forward position. Then may we call and safely sing. May the vast lands to keep our king. His people and this well village. And give them grace without them dying. Why aren't you singing? Because I cannot sing, man. You don't get it. Cheer up, man. I know we're all hurt, but we're almost home. Then may we call and safely sing. Victoria, give thanks for our home. Victoria, give thanks for our home. Here, you can have the rest of this ration. Let's go, free bread. Couldn't finish it. It's our first breakfast since we came back home. Got to fill up. Once the rest of our men make it into the city, We'll show those devils who really wants Londinium. I don't like that song. What about you, Vina? Don't ask her. She hums it in her sleep. Hey, she's just conditioned. Hannah. Shut your gob and eat up, Intva. I'll take it, if you don't want it. And I'll lead assault since you got hurt attacking the Conversarius passage. Not a chance, it's just a scratch. Shows like one missing arm. A little scratch won't dull my fists. Not getting ahead of me this time, Doctor. Yeah, we need to keep count of who picks down the most sarcas. I'll do another round of patrol and scout ahead once I'm done. Make sure there's no mistake. The military commission set up defenses at this backup access port, which should only have been known to the workers who built the wall. This means they know the city much better than we expected. I'm back from patrol, Lady Delphine. Eh? But you were dismissed. Spare ration. I haven't had breakfast yet. Attend? Thought you were coming from the anchovies. I'm a medic. How to restore a soldier to combat effectiveness as quickly as possible. It's called drugs, baby. I feed zwei Dispenser Schokolade. It's full of crack. Understand my own body, Lady Delphine. I'm ready to return to duty. Giving you protective equipment to the wounded, getting exposed to high-regime environments, being in close proximity to witchcraft bomb explosion. You know exactly what all this means, Lieutenant. I do. A blood test is not possible now, but I understand the pathological progress of infection. What about it? Is it not normal in this place? I mean, to be fair, once you're infected, it's over for you anyways, right? So keep going. He looks around. Examiners are crowded around the narrow passage. Dust and erosion particles that cover their faces have not diminished. Fire in their eyes at all. They know what they are doing. They know the price they will pay. But they are singing. Singing with joyous grace. Delphine, you give the lieutenant permission to return to duty. Delphine can see the painkiller injector that Shiva is trying to hide behind his back. Without sufficient access to oropathy suppressions, painkillers are the next best thing to deal with the suffering brought on by oropathy. Will you pull through? Of course, Lady Delphine. Never forget. I still have to see you go home and take back what is yours. Didn't need to do this. Well, at least he makes it. He survives for now. At least for like another month. Either did you. You want to witness what this ragtag team can achieve. What will come of this city. So do I. Very well, Lieutenant. Back to your post. What will Londinium be once we drive out the devils, Vina? That will be paradise. Surely. Better than before, at least. Now, maybe at least less corrupt. You know what I'd like to see? More flower shops. Making the flowers cheaper. Making it easier for me to find a girl to marry. You know, hey, he does know that he at least will need some flowers if he wants to woo a woman, I guess. Maybe a wealthy young woman. Yes. He can be the trophy husband. Or a widow, a lost husband. I want more opium food for a warmer winter. I want more police stations. I want to become a cop. I want to give, not take. What about you? I hope Mom's still waiting for me back home. Aw, it's kinda cute. Don't worry, she'll be there to open the door for you. What about you, Doctor? We're gonna still to get the gym back in business, while you lock yourself away in your tower. You and I, we've got a score to settle, Hannah. Let's go back to the gym together, Vina. Yes, we will. You haven't found a bed yet. Sag. Okay, I think at this point you do need to realize she's dead. One more step until we're home. That one step took us 3 days. We're welcomed by steam gushing from the factories, reaching into the clouds. But many didn't live to see it. They walked into the tunnel singing, never came out again. No, at least they died happy. You got something? Pants pub. On the 1st of December again. Follow me, Wiener. The devil's van, but you're not dead yet. You still have that tag that filled the city with Wilchem dust. He'll be back, mark my words. And you can bet those dukes won't give a shit about us when something happens again. Oh, aus. Fuck. Like you said, we need to defend ourselves. But I don't believe the rumors that say the exemplars are getting disbanded, right, Wiener? Okay, we have budget cuts, my man. Remember the wishes we made at the access port. Or the factory boilers to burn bright as they used to. The guns on the Lindinium swords they fend to as they used to. Or the doors of the police stations to be wide open to all. Or the police to defy the noble's will, to be infected with fairness and justice. For the law of Parliament to be the only rule. That's what I hope to see, and what I'm trying to think about. Are you happy with Londinium now? Has she gotten better? You know, we are just yearning for war. I can tell you that I'm not happy. You're dodging the question, Madam Speaker. You choose to do nothing and keep the status quo of the exemplars. It's entirely fine with everyone. All you want is an answer. Will the exemplars continue to exist? That's my answer returned. To be fair, it's... I don't know what the looks actually would be and everything, but it would be wise to keep basically the exemplars for now as a defense before, you know, any duke pulls some bullshit, right? It might be a bit harder now that it's, you know, not under Sarkis control and everything, but you know, it's probably in the best interest for me to still have some form of force too. You know, I wouldn't say Victoria's really stable at this point, is it? What Parliament fears is your trust in me, personally. It runs deeper than your trust in Parliament itself. Fair. Perhaps the fear that the exemplars will become the private army of Wiener Victoria. What will become of the glory and honor of the exemplars when that day comes? I mean, could he at least not reform it? Will the day come when our wishes come true? Thank you. I'll inform Parliament of what I learned today. Not my place to give an answer over the heads of Parliament. Man, he has become a goddamn bureaucrat. Let's go, Morgan. Morgan? You go first, Wiener. We have a couple of rounds of the guys here. Sure. I didn't understand what Wiener said that day, but I agreed with the lieutenant. Our exemplar comrades needed our help. That's why I needed to stay on Wiener's behalf, at least talk to them. Even though she was the speaker, there was so much she could do. For the first time since the war ended, I drank until I passed out. And burned my belly. It was Hannah who found me. I asked her the question that I could never ask Wiener. When can we go home? Back to our gym. That's the neat part, he will never. Or who knows, maybe she can get all the forms through and then you can go back to your gym. The herbs are growing well. Jana would be glad. When the farmers rebuilt, Joshua persuaded engineers to leave behind the damaged lighting equipment, and we fitted for small greenhouses that didn't draw so much power. Sorry, remind me, where were we? We were talking about your condition. You mentioned that you noticed a significant increase in the strength of your original arts. Yeah, it's over for you, you're cooked. Yes, sorry. Finding it hard to remember things lately. Keep getting distracted. The doctor says Originum has made its way into my brain. You are mega cooked. Don't tell me. I've told you this before too. So, sorry, you've just been reliving the same day over and over again. We're just chatting. You can say anything you want. Anything else that doesn't feel right. Difficulty walking straight? I'm chatting to a lot of people though. Ataxia. That's a common symptom of many infected Londinium. I'm not sure what the cause is. It's just a Nachtseher effect. What a vampire effect. When I'm by myself, been trying to... It's strange. My original art seems to be changing. You've become a vampire, let's go. Changing? I don't have any reports of. Never mind. Please continue, Sarah. You're casting with your bare hands, by the way. Doctors may have told you this already, but that's detrimental to keeping your condition under control. You're very alright, just like Diana said. Just can't help it. That's why I search for the raw memories in my clouded mind. A battle for the worlds. You said you were a nurse, but trying to stop a witchcraft bomb explosion with your arts, but it didn't work out too well. Man. Yes, I remember I was behind the tent chair, the blast threw me off my feet. Next time I remember, I was in the field hospital, lying next to the other acute infected. I don't know how many witchcraft bombs fell up in the exemplars. So many fates turned on their heads in an instant. That is like an asshole move. No, I do get why some people were not happy with just letting the Sarkas go. I guess I do get it, yeah. I didn't see any of it. I don't remember any of it. How could things be like this? Sarah? Patient is trembling. Begins to cast original arts without realizing it. Lucio does not know if it's a symptom of post-traumatic stress, but he quickly attempts to direct her attention elsewhere. Listen to me, Sarah. Take a deep breath. Can you smell the flowers behind the sanatorium? The war's over. The exemplars are home. You are back in Londinium. You're dying. He pauses and looks up at the damaged lighting above his head. Strange and unfamiliar city. One that, to his eyes, is not far off from a pile of rubble. They're gonna rebuild it, okay? They got this. You are in a place where everything will get better. You know, you already hit rock bottom. That's something. Alteration of Sauer's original arts is a symptom that has now been observed in other infected. That is interesting, huh? I would ask my colleagues to keep an eye out. I wonder if Diane could get me in touch with the international messenger. Waiting for Mailander's regular messenger would take too long. Londinium needs supplies urgently. Huh? Was that just the speaker? Alicia, you're here too. Why, did you stop her? Weren't you looking for her? Who? The speaker. The speaker? I saw her coming out of an underground pub. That's where I came from. I happened to run into her when she went to have a drink with old friends. Sounds like she really considers herself your friend. Yeah, if only she considered herself more than a friend. Alicia, I always thought that Londinium could become a better place. The Victoria would be proud of her. Can the speaker really make that happen, though? You know, one person alone cannot fix the country for sure. It was the after, right? Am I going crazy? I have the memory of an insect for sure. Well, let's just double check, but I think it was, right? Yeah, it was. Yep, okay, boop. I guess we can probably do at least the before 5. That is like kinda halfway through, right? It's done like 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. It's gonna be more than one more stream of this for sure. It is a long one. B4. New Ochterek Vehicle Factory. December 21st. I just kinda need, at least so they always give you the date, because why having straight narration? There you are, Captain. Here, take a look at this blueprint. OC has been saying its point is designing new electrical transmission distribution valve. But what does OC know? But what more big guys are gonna roll out from our factory to the other place of Londinium? So we ought to make preparations ahead of time. I don't want to hear people complain when they find that these things don't have enough power and torque. Those short-sighted idiots! Stop calling me Captain. this is effectively not a self-salvation corps anymore. Man, this is all you get after this war to be head of effectively. Besides, I'm sure Orc has thought about it too. Just about saving costs where you can. I know, but it's the young ones coming after us who would have to deal with any problems. Yet, but that will teach them. You know how you feel, Martin. But you have to take things one at a time. Would have shared a bunch of drone technology with us that I would love to put in our new four-legged crawler. But problems like power supply and automation don't solve themselves. It's all good to have them in the blueprints, but let's take one step at a time, starting with the present. Let's do it Oxway for now, and get a basic version out to meet our present needs. File your blueprint with the Londinium Industry Development Association. Don't lose it. Its mission is to restore Victoria's technological superiority, the support of Parliament. New ideas should be respected. Whatever you say, you're a consultant for them after all. There have been so many new ideas lately that's getting hard to keep up. People are enthusiastic. We can feel the things are changing because of the ideas. What if we put Bloodwalk into our drones? What if we do vampire drones? Yes, factory production lines, a railway system that links all the districts, and walls and artillery that protect all from Londinium. It's kind of curious that they did not have a railway system like that beforehand. Come on, this is an industrial revolution in Great Britain. How can you not have a railway? We can build them the way we want, with our own two hands. I could agree with everything else, but please, not the way you want. Christ, are we all gonna end up in one big amusement park, where the only form of transportation is zip lines? See, now that sounds bad and amazing at the same time. Come on, this is one that to the most lost amongst the proposals that got shut down. Not all of my ideas are like that. By the way, are you sure your factory wants to keep Ock in the core workshop? I heard he didn't get along with you at the old place. We checked it has its own technical secrets. There's been friction over competition for orders. Huh. I guess in a sense it makes sense, but shouldn't you also share at this point all your technology for the rebuilding process? But that's true. Not all of the workers were in the Salvation Corps. But if Catherine could convince the other factories to join the association and share technologies, then there's nothing for us to hide. Somebody! Help! The steam knights returned to eat us. Matthew just got pummeled. I've been met before, sir. Yeah, I betrayed you. Not exactly, Madam Speaker. My name's Matthew. I'm the businessman who owns a little factory. I simply felt the need to speak up about the present situation. You can write to Parliament or seek assistance on the Industry Development Association. I have other things that require my attention. I've written to Parliament on behalf of a dozen factories that were shut down. My letter's gone unread for the better part of a month. You know, there's a lot of things happening, okay? It was the decision of Parliament to shut down a number of factories. Better than I, the state of Londinium's logistics. The burden of one's factory's debt can crush hundreds of families in Sardine or Highbury. It's just asking for the scales to be tipped a little towards us, even only in a private manner. Workers from factories that have been shut down could not even afford to buy medicine on the black market. Well, okay, see, that's why we should get rid of the black market, maybe. Experienced line workers worth 10 pieces of machinery. I believe in my workers. There's much that they can still do for the city. Meanwhile, all heavy suppressants are being wasted on dying soldiers. Okay, they also gave their life, okay? Don't I guess when there is a supply shortage, you can argue they are dying anyways. But man. To be fair, yeah, there's just no good solution. What are you on about? The inequalities of economic. Bloody. Down he goes. Venus' fist found the man's nose before she knew it. A man by the name of Matthew grabs his bleeding nose with one hand and searches helplessly for a handkerchief with the other. Blood continues to seep from the gaps in his fingers, and dyeing his clothes red. Man, wait till the Parliament will hear about that. More and more onlookers gather, all of them staring at Vina. There's no hostility or anger in their eyes, but each every gaze reminds her of her helplessness, of her ill timing. I understand why you're angry, Madam Speaker, I know. But someone has to say it. I fear it gives me no pleasure. As part of the Salvation Corps that stayed in the city. You came with the Carter's girl, and then you left. When Alexanders came and learned from Catherine that you are their leader, I agreed to turn on the boilers to welcome you for the second fort. I didn't recognize you when I saw you standing in the middle of the street, dressed like a king, promising a better life for everyone on behalf of Parliament. I knew that some promises could never be fulfilled. I guess that's the reality of politics. You chose to sacrifice some people to save others, didn't you? She wants to shut him up, but he is speaking the truth. She grabs the man by the collar and lifts him off the ground. Then she sees his eyes and the eyes of everyone standing around. She solves problems with her fists. She wishes she could make these problems go away with her fists. Guess who spent 4 hours doing 25 side quests? That sounds like a fun Xenoblade stream. Hi, Monkus. So, only like 3 more of those streams till you can do more main story, right? You basically got it this week then. I mean, guess who spent like 4 hours reading like a third of a side story in Arknights? Something falls out of her pocket and makes a clanging sound on the ground. It has been a long time since she had candy. She forgot the box was in her pocket. Of course, by then was fighting against a unique monster with bullshit spikes. I mean, that was on at least, you know, like gameplay and fun. We believed in you when we agreed to shut down and relinquish our original fuel. But now, we can only hope that we're not the ones being marked for sacrifice. Not all problems can be solved by your fists. Siege. I guess, you know, you do need a different kind of rulers during wartime and peace, huh? Vina! Let Matthew go, please. Speaker's office. It's okay. The public has seen you punch a civilian. You're fired. Matthew's fees don't represent those of all the workers. Neither do mine, of course. All I know is that a few friends have reached out towards Island through me, hoping to improve the state of equipment at the sanatorium. We can't make new equipment appear out of thin air, but maybe we can make the existing kit more efficient. That would help with more factories running, I guess. Most workers still support the current medical system, I think. No, you don't have to explain fast. I was the one who let the blood get to my head. So how did Milska help Vina at the end? Can we get to this part? You have done as much as you could possibly do. Improve medical equipment effectiveness, reopening the fast transport tunnels, central heating system under experimentation. A lot of people have benefited from the changes in a short period of time. It's all thanks to how you've given us the green light and fended off trouble for us in Parliament. That's my job. Where's Catherine? Rennie? Well, she's now drinking all day. She's become an alcoholic. I hope she would answer, even if I ask. Not even let people see her cough, man. Otherwise, she's the same. Still busy, even though she's not working at the factory anymore. I rarely get to see her. I had a conversation with her like this last month. We sat on this very chair, and turned down my invitation for her to become a member of Parliament. Hey, at least she will join Woods Island. The secret workshop that you kept hidden from the Sakas and the weapon inside. Okay, we do want a good Steam night. That's gonna be great for morale, I swear. But what do you mean Londinium doesn't need it anymore? We need a symbol, come on. How can you not go like that? Steam-powered mechs are not cool and we need them. Londinium doesn't need it anymore. Yes, I have reached a consensus with Catherine on this matter. SMH. As long as you and Catherine are able to unite most of the workers, it's not a bad thing for the weapon to stay under your watch. Parliament needs oversight. So do I. Hey, you know, probably wisest ruler to give your subjects actually a gun to shoot you if you are out of step. The system of Parliament is yet immature. We're still searching. There are people trying to get something done through it. But sooner or later, you must understand that the Parliament, which revolved around the king, is long gone. Was this when the king was, when he was put out of office, yeah. No, nothing changed with Parliament when he was hanged, other than power being transferred from the king to the dukes. It's only recently that the surviving fellows of the Royal Academy of Sciences were able to resume work on the Chronicle of Londinium. 1,000,000 words that took half a lifetime to compile and edit, encompassing every aspect of Londinium, and still shorter than the story of Arknight's baby. I never thought I would get to know my own home again from this angle. It was only after reading it that I realized the city's resistance began a long time ago. And the Sakas gained control of the city. It was Londinians who still lived within, who had, of their own accord, come together to maintain the city's core functions, irrespective of upbringing and status. The Academy's fellows see it as the precursor to the new parliament. Seems a little far-fetched, but it does make sense, in a way. We should support at least the people of Londinium. Let's see another side, Feist. During the war, we were able to set aside our differences, our own interests, and our struggle to survive. Now though, I'm not sure. There are times that I can't even guarantee my own reason. I need someone to pull me back when I... You want it to be us? She trusts you. It was my promise of Catherine. It was you lot who gave me my sword, after all. The war destroyed many things. Londinium needs your help in order to not fall behind the changing times. Some of your ideas may create headaches in Parliament, the Royal Academy of Science, but that's not such a bad thing. Zip lines for everyone, baby! City defense system that belongs only to us. Automation that the Dukes have long ignored. And a new deterrent for a post-Steam Night era. The help is needed in all of this. Must be for Londinium, not for an individual. Don't deserve your trust, Feist. Neither does Parliament in its current state. And maybe Rena is like the most based politician in all of Terra. Send Matthew my apologies again, if you see him. I will continue to lobby Parliament for policies that will improve the condition of workers. The medicine that we purchased from the Dukes is on its way. Things will get better once supply routes are secured. Who dares threaten the Duke's cargo ships? I will continue to communicate with the Duke representatives in the city. We are here for you if you need any help. Feist stands up, but then hesitates. He does not leave the room. Granny always scolded me for my fancies, but she said nothing the day I brought back the proposals for the future from the Industrial Development Association. Retired from the line soon after, claiming health issues. No, she actually believes in you. That is like a sign of respect, I think. Like to dream about the future, Rena. We'll pull through. The office falls quiet. Rena stares at a mountain of papers on her desk, then turns on the radio. Bzzt. Late afternoon today, citizens witness the Speaker of Parliament, Alexandrina Victoria, put a scoundrel in his place. You know, at least we're still controlling the media, baby. It was reported that a gentleman had attempted to bribe the Speaker for his own selfish interests, which the Speaker rejected in the most direct manner possible. Many citizens speak highly of Speaker Victoria's charisma and believe that she... No, that is not what happened though, for sure. Continuum underground. I guess we finally learned to trust each other a little bit. But are you confident that the supply route is safe enough for one person to manage? Or that most of you have left Victoria, just as you said? Did the Union basically just help during the siege, then do underground shenanigans and peace out again? Some sign of trust when you have your little trinket in plain sight? This is a city full of humorless, desperate people. Who knows if somebody won't get ideas? As that you're not part of the threat, of course. Not that many people in Dinium remember the Union's past. Go ahead, check. Everything on this list is here. I deliver the next batch of medicine on time. Said most of you have left. What about 9? Left, along with many other people for whom there's no place in the city. But Chan needs to talk to Talula. Have you ever topped 0 out of 831k frames? You know, at good days, probably yes, yeah. But yeah, there's also worse days for sure. But hey, you know, Germany does not know what class fiber is, so copper cable is yippee! Our factories outside the city won't be affected, of course. The routes you found for us will continue to be useful. So you're gonna keep at least operating in all Victoria, will they? You're not going with them. Londinium isn't a great place for infected anymore. Isn't a great place. Spoken with true Londinia irony. I was little. I was fascinated by Londinium in the storybooks. The palaces and the gardens where the king and the young princess lived. Adventures to be found at the maze-like factories. I find that Londinium is so different from anywhere else in Victoria. It's a place to make a home. I stay because somebody has to. I'm likely doing good, honest work. Besides, the treatment of the infected Londinium today is not terrible. Really? I followed them because they saved my life. Not like those who are ready to die, who've already figured out to die for something worthwhile. Besides, in the end, it usually isn't worthwhile. Nobody deserves to die. Kinda fancy coming from a union. But I guess the movement did change a lot at this point. You saved a lot of lives, thank you, on behalf of the workers. Stop by Highbury the next time you're passing out pamphlets in the city. I'll see right through their disguise. You could check out. I'm off then. One more thing, Catherine. Go ahead. If the Vox hurt at night, I know a few techniques to make you feel better. I think you know, our medicine doesn't work as well as the stuff from the big farmers. But we have alcohol. Yes, it may fool the other workers, but it can't fool me. Same for the most of the suppressants you can get Londinium right now. At my age though, I don't have too many lucid days ahead of me. I guess you could say I've seen worse. One more day with my senses is one more thing I can do. That's plenty. Man. Surely any day Old Silent will just have a breakthrough and will be mass producing our suppressants. Our men have tracked down the Union's hideouts outside the city, 2 major factories and the supply routes. But are they like the ones that are supplying Milska with the suppressions? I guess it would make some sense, right? Should we shut them down? No need. Based on available information, they are not a threat to the citizens of Londinium. Ina says she has personal reasons to be wary of the Union, but even she admits that they were a big help to us when they incited the citizens to oppose the Dukes. As for the Grey Market, Let's make sure we keep track of everything that's going on. Percival is not stupid. She knows what she's not supposed to touch. The Union threat is much diminished now that the main members have left Londinium. Continue to monitor the situation. Or even go so far as to say that establishing contact at a private level is an option. There's a consensus about improving the infected situation. Understood. I'll continue to monitor our Union activity before taking direct action. Suppose I'm wasting your lot on this kind of work? Of course not, Lady Delphin. And Davy left the Duke of Windermere's ship, to setting intelligence work aside to focus on the assault of Londinium, and now... Oh, you need to keep changing. Almost the waters of Linkardine. It's fine, you'll get back home. But yeah, that's a good point to stop then. This is... I do like the event. It is... I guess there's a lot of focus to actually also show off how the city is doing after the war. And I guess picturing how bad a war is even after winning it. Which I guess I can respect. I mean, we always have the Elshi side story, but man, I wish they would also wrap up some things. I guess there's still half the event going. Maybe they can kind of wrap up what is Reunion doing in Victoria. You know, at least kinda. But yeah, is there any good Arknight stream going on? No. Somebody that is Arknight's player and can read in their text. That is how you know it's a good gacha stream. I mean, I never did IS5, but it could be fun to watch for a second. So let's wait. But yeah, thanks for watching. We will continue this tomorrow. Probably also need to finish it somewhat on Wednesday. We'll also probably do Rapid and Steel with Olsey, but afterwards we can finish this off, hopefully. I'm not sure how much I can keep it up, but I would like to go through a side story a week. Till I've caught up with all the side stories I want to read of the second story arc before we move on to the third one. Catching up with the story is intense, man. But yeah, hope everyone has a nice evening, and hopefully see you around. Bye bye.